Good luck. Who's down there this week?
Judge Parker.
Oh, okay.
The first one is for probation, and this one is for two people. So that's for 8 people.
What you got for real fast?
All right, everyone. Good morning. I am going to call the docket. We are having another hot one today. So everyone put some patience in your pocket. We're going to move through the docket as quickly as possible. When I call your name, you need to let me know that you are here. If you do not answer for the docket, I'm going to assume you're not here. And guess what? A warrant may be issued for your arrest, and then your Monday is going to turn into a difficult Monday. So let's not do that. In custody, we have James Lee, David Quiones, Bon Nieves Campos. Thank you. Julian Martinez is in custody. Antonio Davila is in custody. Maxwell Lynn Jordan. Maxwell Lynn Jordan. Carlos Castillo. Carlos Castillo. Marlon Simeon. Marlon Simeon. Brenna, I left the house at 7 today.
Yeah.
I didn't arrive here till 8:15. So there's a little build up on 90. In custody, we have Travis Murray. Travis Murray. Oh, Travis is on bond? All right. Thank you very much for informing us of that. Who are you? All right. There's always a female who makes sure that people are on time, Brenna. I appreciate that. Joshua Carroll. Joshua Carroll. Placido Jaquez. Placido Jaquez is in custody. Tommy Coker. Tommy Coker. If you're here, you should be an impact. Kendall Blunt is in custody. Abel Montez. Is he custody in Comal County?
He was here and they transferred him there. Got other cases there.
All right,
Already
just,
engaged the attorney on those.
all right, just give us a moment and we'll look into that. Just give me a second. Julian Martinez or Julian Martinez is in custody. Anthony Villarreal in custody. Abel Montez.
Come on.
I know, yeah. I'm just calling it as it appears on the docket. Corin Campbell.
Here.
In custody is Alejandro Garcia, Cesar Huerta, Martin Acosta. Martin Acosta.
I'll call him, Your Honor. I spoke to him Friday.
All right, Paul Duncan.
I haven't seen him yet this morning.
And counsel, Mr. Acosta is supposed to be an impact court. So you may want to see if he's in impact court because this is a trial setting.
Yeah, I was in the way.
All right, thank you. Amber Holland. Amber Holland. All right, in custody is Jesus Alejandro. He's in impact court. Celine Wante is in impact court. In custody is Nicholas Cundiff. On bond. Deputy Laura, help me with the first name. Thank you. I'm still working on pronouncing the first name.
Almost.
All right. Brandon Juarez.
Yeah.
In custody is Daniel Granado. Custody is Sergio Martinez. Daniel Gonzalez. Anthony Sanchez. Anthony Sanchez. Arnold Garza. In custody is Rudy Gonzalez, Ron McKinney, Ernesto Lozano. Terrence Moore. Arnisha Graham. Enoch Martinez. In custody is Carl Landaverte, Mike Onofre, Anthony Villarreal, Nino Delgado, Carl Brantley, Nicholas Gonzalez, Joseph Pinto, Rosemary Diaz.
Here.
Okay.
I'm here.
All right, thank you. Henry Peterson,
Here, Your Honor.
Eric DeLumbo is in custody. Erica Lopez, James McKnight,
Here.
Laura Botello.
Here.
And then RC Curtis is by Zoom. Is there anyone who came in late or your name was not called? Yes, what is your name? The last name again, please. Do you have a case number? It should be at the top. It may be a CM number or NM. Do you know who your attorney is?
It's Joel Richardson.
Have you had contact with your attorney?
Yesterday, I did.
All right, just give us a moment. Anyone else who came in late or your name was not called? There are people on this front row. So either you're on the front row because you came in late. Cowboys shirt, who are you? All right, so you're on the wrong row. Are you here as a witness? All right, so you're on the wrong row. The front row is reserved. Thank you. All right, the person who's in the red cardigan, who are you? Okay. The front row is reserved. Thank you. Anyone else who came in late or your name was not called? All right, everyone, these are the rules of the court. Please pay close attention to these rules. Number one, to my right, you have the court reporter. Brenda, could you raise your hand? All right, so her desk is her desk. Do not sit paperwork there. Do not write on her desk. Do not surround her. If we are on the record and you have a client that's in the jury box, do not talk in the jury box because you're talking behind her, and that's an issue. To attorneys, the boxes of the state's file are right to my right, probably to your left. Just grab your file, sit it down for the prosecutor. The first file they get, that's the one that they're going to call first. And once you've conferred with the state, make sure you confer with your client, make sure you have an offer and that offer has been tendered to your client. Once that's completed, just approach the clerk, ask for your file, and then take a seat, and I will call you up in the order in which you'll appear. If you have an inmate, you need to make sure that you ask the deputy for your inmate. Do not approach the court if your client is in custody and you have not talked to your client. All right, let's make this a great morning. Everyone, please confer. And if I could see April Keeler. Hello, good morning. All right, they're going to check and see if you're here today and if your case is indicted or not, okay?
Okay.
All right, so if you'll just get behind this gentleman right here. Thank you. Hello.
And Your Honor, I'm following Campbell. Today we have a discovery motion that was reset last week as the state was in trial.
Mhm.
And I haven't heard from Marcus about what he can agree on or not, but I'm gonna track him down.
Oh, he's going to be here.
Yeah, all right. I've got to get some other courts, but I will be back.
I don't have.
All right, if you're back late, your case is going to be recalled.
No, I didn't bring the files.
Okay. Yeah, I'll tell him.
Mr. Martinez, people Martinez is in custody. Come on, Tommy.
Okay, if you could give me his file.
But I can't talk to him, can I be excused? I mean,
Oh, no, just a second. Everybody's always in a rush.
I got multiple courts.
I know, but you know what? I always say, don't rush because people will arrive. You know, you arrive when you arrive and the key is to arrive safely. All right, so what we're gonna do is, we're gonna reset this and we'll see if we can have him zoom in from Comal County, okay? All right, so let me give you a 30-day reset, and I still would like you to confer with the state so you can get an offer. And that way you can discuss that with your client.
Yes, ma'am.
So state,
You need to go to impact. Basement on the other building.
Oh, they never told me that.
family violence.
No, you know not.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Can you give an offer to defense on Abel Montez? This is someone who has a case out of Comal County, and they actually have him in custody in Comal County.
I think we have to.
All right, and if you could make sure defense has all discovery. All right, so we're gonna recall this on October 31st. And if something changes where they're unable to have him appear by Zoom on that day, it'll be another day.
I'll check and make sure.
All right, thank you.
He said that he hadn't heard anything, but for me to be sure, he thought maybe they would Zoom it, and I have Zoom, but I've never used it before. Here, you know what to do.
What's your guys' name?
Maybe official.
I like this pen, Judge.
Yes, I'm telling you.
Right here.
And you know, they told me to take as many as I wanted. And then I said, don't tell me that because I still am from the South, so I can't take 30 pens. Yes.
So it looks like she was set on the 9th, and I think that day our docket was canceled.
Mhm.
So Norma did send out an email to the attorney saying that it was reset for today, but I don't think she put it up. She didn't put it in the system.
All right. Then just have a seat. We're going to try to get your attorney here, okay? All right. Thank you so much for your patience. It's
Sure.
appreciated.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning.
I don't know if he checked in, but Paul Duncan is here now.
All right. He needs to sit on the first row. Thank you.
I don't know.
Did your guy send it?
I'll give him a call in just a second. Give me just a moment.
All right. Could I see Ramirez, please? And this is done.
I can share in the bottom.
Thank you.
All right, could I see Joseph Patino? And could I see the file on Joseph Patino? And you need to take that cap off. We're not at a ball game. All right, Mr. Patino, do you know why you're here?
ma'am.
Why?
My probation officer was telling me that
You can pull the mask down.
I'm kind of sick right now.
Okay.
And can you tell me about the community service hours?
Yes, why are you not doing your hours?
Well, I'm trying to get caught back up on all my bills and stuff.
Well, no, here's the thing. You've been on probation since 2020. I will extend you. And you know what will happen when I extend you?
Yes, ma'am.
You'll continue to be on probation. You need to do your community service hours.
Mm.
What is your work schedule?
My work schedule is Monday to Saturday.
So you're not working on Sunday?
No,
Then you need to do community service hours on Sunday. And you only have 50 hours of community service to do, and you've been trying to do those community service hours since 2020. Those community service hours should be done. You understand?
Mhm.
Do you understand that you can be revoked for not doing your community service hours?
Sure.
How much time are you looking at?
regarding,
If I were to revoke you, how much time are you looking at?
I'm not sure.
2 years.
2 years.
So you can either do your 50 hours of community service. Everyone needs to whisper. You can either do your 50 hours of community service, or if it's too much for you and it doesn't fit into your schedule, then you can go to the state jail facility for potentially 2 years and do community service hours there. So which would you prefer?
50 hours.
And they're saying you're in arrears with payments. You've only paid $78 since 2020. If you're going to Starbucks, you shouldn't be doing that. You should be paying it towards your arrears. Probation, you're on it. Guess why you're on it? Because you did something wrong, and probation is designed to help you take care of your responsibilities. And you have not been taking care of your responsibilities to the court. Do you understand? So that's either yes or no. It's not
Oh, yes, ma'am.
So You are going to get in line. Otherwise, what's going to end up happening, we're not going to have another conversation like this. A motion to revoke is going to be filed. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So how much money are you able to pay towards these arrears per month? And don't give me anything unreasonable. Sometimes people see that you owe $2,237.44. Sometimes people will come to me and they will say, oh, I can pay $500 a month. If you can't pay $500 a month, don't say you can. So reasonably, how much money can you pay a month? And when I say reasonably, I don't want anybody to be homeless. So I understand you got to pay rent or pay a mortgage and you got to pay your utilities and maybe a car note, maybe insurance. But all the extra stuff like going to the movies, going to concerts, going to Starbucks, and I call it discretionary spending. That's not included in this. So how much can you pay a month?
About 300.
All right, so he's going to pay $300 a month. And you are going to start doing at least 3 hours a week of community service. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If he doesn't do at least 3 hours a week, if he falls off and doesn't pay that money per month, then a motion to revoke is going to be filed. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you would have done everything appropriately, guess what? You would have been done with this probation. Have you done your GED or been to trade school?
Yeah, I'm in a trade right now.
What are you training for?
To be a mason.
Okay. And let me see. All right, get it done. Otherwise, we're going to be back here and it's not going to go well for you. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is there anything else, probation?
No, Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Can you sit on that first row for me, please? Your Honor,
Mhm.
on Diaz, can you hold off for just a second?
Yes. All right, I'm sorry, just one moment, Mr. Patino. If you're given a UA today, what are the results going to be? Okay, all right, have a seat.
Oh, I was listening to a different record. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Oh.
All right.
I was just about to go down there.
All right, and could I see the file on Rosemary Diaz? Okay. Start putting the date on this. Oh, that's okay. I'll do it. Rosemary Diaz.
Your Honor, that's what I just asked.
Oh, I thought you said Gonzalez.
Yeah, if I could just get like 5 minutes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Turn off the AC.
Generally gets you. Okay. Yes. They were saying at one, they stopped protecting stuff, but I don't. Right now, probably will have to reach out, get back. Just to know what's going on with that. 55. We were trying down, something. This year, very sure. Introduce some of the things. Stay outside. Number 30 is way down the hall. And we'll. Judge Barry.
Yes.
What the situation is.
Do you have a file?
No, I just have a question.
Yes.
So I have a client, what I was gonna do is PSI this morning, he just informed me in the hallway, he thinks he has COVID. So I said, "Okay, okay."
Oh, he can zoom in.
And he's coughing.
Okay. He
Okay.
can zoom
Oh,
in.
that's a good idea.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, let me give you the Zoom number.
Yeah, please. That's a great idea. If he has a phone.
I try to
If his phone.
beautiful
doesn't have COVID.
ideas.
What if his phone has COVID?
Oh, well, hopefully we can do something with
I hadn't
that.
thought about that. have you?
No. And what is your client's name? Because I need to, because he needs to zoom.
Sure.
From-
Nieves Campos.
All right, Norma, can I see the file on Nieves Compost, please?
It was an agreement and
Yes.
Raymond just wouldn't take it for some reason.
Okay, so he can zoom in.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Norma, you can file that. We're not ready just yet. Mr. Statesson, it's always a pleasure to see you in court.
He's a Spanish teacher, right?
Yeah.
There's an interpreter coming out.
They don't need an interpreter.
I do.
Only if I speak to you in a foreign language, Judge.
Well, I think he's going to be speaking in a foreign language to me, because I'm going to ask him questions.
Judge, all we want to do is reset this.
Yes, and I need to talk to him about that.
We'll wait for an interpreter.
Thank you.
I already called one, so she just-
Martinez, first name is Enoch, and OC.
All right. Are you ready to proceed on Mr. McKnight?
He is present today.
All right, Norma, can you get the pretrial services officer in on McKnight, please? And the lady, Leon,
And OC. Oh, yeah.
we're gonna have his officer zoom in.
Okay.
Because the whole, all right, the whole issue is that they don't have any contact with him.
Right. He does have a valid phone number now. He's been answering it.
Okay,
Should be good.
all right, thank you. Just give us a moment. They're gonna zoom right in.
I ordered these on Amazon. And I was like, oh, wow, just read it for me.
Hello, good morning. All right, the person we need you for is Daniel Granados Pena.
Yeah, they're.
All right, so this is not going to be on the record.
Okay, Judge.
Mr. Pena?
That's fine. Yeah, no, I was just like, I mean, they're not. they don't say
That's his
state
attorney
either,
speaking.
but
Counsel, you want to come forward with your client?
whatever you want. Well, you know, the jury will know.
All right, and can I have somebody from the state? All right. So, counsel, have you received all the discovery in this case?
No, Judge, I have not. I've received some of the discovery. There's still medical records that I have not seen.
All right, state, do you anticipate or have a date of when you will have the medical records? Defense said they have not received medical records.
I think we have them, Judge. I think they're just, he needs we need to make a copy for him, or he needs to make an appointment for the thing. I think this is a first setting.
No, August 23rd was the first sitting. Let me ask you this, other than the medical records, is there anything else that you haven't received?
No.
All right,
However, Judge, this may be a case that requires an immigration lawyer. We would request that the court appoint an immigration lawyer to consult.
all right. Mr. Granados Pena, are you a US citizen? No. All right, Ms. Ferguson, can we get an immigration attorney appointed for him, please? All right, we'll have an immigration attorney appointed to you before you leave today. All right, and then other than the medical records, is there anything else, counsel?
There is one other matter of discovery, Your Honor.
Mhm.
He gave a blood draw on the DWI test. The state does not have those results yet, so we'd like to see what those are.
All right, state, when do you anticipate having the results of the blood draw?
Judge, I don't know what I was telling Mr. Schaefer is if we could get a 30-day reset, I can get him the discovery and get him an offer. It's something we need to reach out to the victims on this case also. So I think we can get him all those things at the next setting.
All right, could I have a 30-day reset on McKnight, please, for discovery?
I think it's a different name, Judge Granados.
Oh, sorry. They gave me two
McKnight.
things. Multitasking. Sometimes it's great, sometimes it's not. All right, so we're gonna come back on October 31st. Before you leave today, you will have an immigration attorney appointed to you. And Mr. Schaefer, I'll give you, make sure you have the contact information for the immigration attorney so you can speak to them. So we're coming back on the 31st to make sure he has the medical reports, and we'll see where we are on the blood draw. Is there anything else?
Put it on a desk or whatever.
All right, is there anything else other than those discovery issues?
I don't believe so, Judge.
All right,
And Judge, it'll be Teresa Cruz-Davala.
all right. It is, your immigration attorney is going to be Teresa Cruz-Davala. And Counsel Ms. Ferguson will give you her number. And counsel at the next setting also inform the court where we are on the immigration status. All right, if there's nothing else, that will be all. Thank you. You're welcome. And Norma, can you let counsel Counsel, Mr. Schaefer.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
All right. With regards to the immigration attorney, if she needs to speak to him and there's some issue with her getting to the jail, because I know they're on the civil side technically, we can arrange Zoom.
I'll call her.
All right, thank you. And who is your client?
Nieves Campos, Judge, we're ready. He should be logged in.
He is. Could I have Nieves, please? Mr. Neves, you need to show your video. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me write on that file that he has immigration issues and Spanish interpreter. All right, Mr. Neves, you need to unmute yourself. Brenda, we're going to go on the record.
There you go.
I don't think this is the other Spanish speaker, is
No,
it?
he's an English speaker.
Okay.
No,
So
ma'am, I
there's
don't
enough-
speak Spanish.
Ms. Ferguson will let you know who that is. Sounds good. All right, he's in the box. All right,
I'm sorry, I can't really hear, so.
all right. You need to find a stationary place, Mr. Neves.
Okay. I just keep picking my phone up to my ear because I can't really hear because my speaker is broken, ma'am.
All right. Court is calling 2022 CR 3261, State of Texas versus Nieves Campos. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Michael Villarreal for the state.
for the defense?
John.
All right, Mr. Campos is by Zoom. It appears that he's outside the courtroom. My understanding is that he may or may not be ill.
That's correct, Your Honor. He was here. All
right. Any objections to Mr. Campos appearing by Zoom? All right. A plea bargain agreement was entered into and you all agreed to plea on the lesser included offense of assault, bodily injury, family violence. There's $1,000 fine, $500 to be probated. The state recommended deferred adjudication and there was an affirmative finding of family violence. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report, state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
All right, just a moment off the record. Could you mute me, please?
Excuse me, Your Honor?
All right, I wasn't here and I didn't take this plea, so did the defendant enter a plea of or no contest?
I have it marked as no contest, Judge.
I believe it was no contest.
All right. For the record, the court has reviewed the stipulations, and if the previous judge didn't say so, the court is finding there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court is deferring finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes.
All right, anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Judge, we would just ask that you follow the plea bargain. We're very grateful that the state was willing to reduce this case down. The only other thing is my client is very, very young, and I would ask if the court could have some mercy on him with regard to his monthly probationary fees or anything like that.
All right. Anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Campos, can you unmute and raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record.
Nieves Campos.
All right, so Mr. Campos, how far did you go in school?
How far did I go in school?
Yes.
I only made it to like about 9th grade and then I got kicked out of high school, but I've been trying to work on my GED.
All right, because there's an issue. you know, with education, I understand some people don't want to go to college. Some people don't want to be a doctor. And I tell everyone who comes in court, guess what? If everybody was a doctor, then we wouldn't have people to do other things,
Yes, ma'am.
right? If
Yes, ma'am.
everybody wanted to be a medical doctor, then you wouldn't have your attorney, Mr. Kuntz, here because he'd be a medical doctor. So you're going to have to decide what you want to do in your life. And if you say stagnant the way you are, you're going to end up in jobs that maybe you don't enjoy. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be?
I would come out dirty for THC.
All right. Why are you continuing to use?
Well, I get anxiety, and about a year ago, I had got shot, and I feel like I have like a state of a PTSD. So it helps me calm my nerves a lot.
Well, obviously it doesn't help calm your nerves because we're here on an assault family violence case. So here's the thing. You're going to be placed on deferred adjudication. You are not allowed to use drugs. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
So if you continue to use drugs, a motion to revoke may be filed against you. Now, if there's some sort of medical issues with you or mental issues with you, we can give you help for that. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Are you living with your mom or where are you living?
I just helped my father get a house for me, him, and my little brother.
I'm sorry, where do you live?
I said I just helped my father get a house for me, him, and my little brother.
All right. How old is your little brother?
My little brother is 17.
Okay. And are you employed?
I was employed, but when I came to court, I think like 2 times ago, I didn't tell my boss, and then I ended up getting fired. So right now I'm in search of a new job, but I am going off and putting applications in different jobs.
Okay. Do you have any children?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that's a good thing. Are you expecting any children?
No, Your Honor. I don't think I can have any kids because where I was shot at.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what? Anything is possible. All right. I'm going to sentence you to 1 year deferred adjudication. Your attorney has informed me that you need some help with the probation fees. So instead of helping you with probation fees, what I'm going to do, it's $1,000 fine. It was an agreement to probate 500. I'll probate the entirety of the fine.
Yes,
You're welcome. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. I'm going to give you 80 hours of community service restitution. 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination. Court is not requiring you to get the COVID vaccination, but if you do, 40 of those hours will be waived.
Yes, Your Honor.
The remaining hours will be waived if you obtain your GED or if you complete some sort of trade school.
Yes, Your Honor.
There's to be no contact with Cheyenne Composts and Ariana, and that's Aaryana Mello.
Yes, sir.
The BIPP course, proof of employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. We'll do a referral to Center for Healthcare Services and see if he's eligible for MIC. There's to be no unsupervised contact with minors. I'm going to want him tested for levels until he tests negative. And I'm going to want field visits 1 time per month. Mr. Campos, is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful?
Yes, Your Honor. I was going to ask you if I could get the no contact for my sister and Ariana Mello to no bodily harm contact, because that's what I thought we were agreeing on. And my older sister is gonna currently start moving in with me. And my girlfriend Ariana Mello, we're still in contact where everyone's on good terms. But so I just wanted to know if I could get that changed to no bodily harm contact.
That will not be changed until you've started during your BIP classes, and then your attorney can come back and approach on that. But, and let me just tell you the reason why I'm keeping to the no contact. Number one, you just told me there may be some mental issues. So mental issues, no medication, taking drugs, which I know sometimes people don't consider marijuana drugs, and then violence, that's not a good combination. And you may want to rethink your relationship with Ariana Mello. And let me just tell you why. You need to work on yourself. And until you are healthy, you really shouldn't be in a relationship, because you're bringing your unhealthiness to the relationship. So you need to get your life in order first. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
And because this is an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you. Do better, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Nieves, don't leave just yet, okay? Don't leave just yet.
All right, could I see the parties on McKnight? Thank you. And if I could see the pretrial services officer, please, on screen.
Does Mr. McKnight come up?
Yes. McKnight, please come up. All right. I received a violation report on Mr. McKnight. Counsel, you can have a seat. I'll take you in order in which you'll appear. And it was the fact that Mr. McKnight had never reported, but he's here in court. Do you have his correct information to contact him?
I do not. If I can go ahead and get that, because I didn't have a number on his file.
All right. So counsel, if you will write his number for me, and I'll send it in the chat box for her.
No email address, right? No. He does not have an email address, but that's his number.
Okay. I'm going to put his number in the chat box.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right. So he doesn't have an email address.
Okay.
That's his number. That's the way to contact him. And could he have your contact number as well, please?
Yes. I put it in the chat.
All right. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, counsel. All right, Mr. McKnight, make sure that you stay in contact with them, okay?
Yeah, that is in front of me.
All right, she's going to give you the number. And here's the thing, Mr. McKnight, if something comes up and you're not able to contact them for whatever reason, or maybe if you lose your cell phone, just come to court or either call your attorney and we'll make sure that contact is made, okay?
I work for your attorney, but I'll explain that to him in the hallway.
All right. Pretrial services, is there anything else you need from Mr. McKnight?
No, as long as he reports.
All right, so make sure you call in today, okay?
Okay, I will.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. May we be excused?
Yes, you may be excused.
Am I excused, Judge?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
Your Honor. So this is the one I wrote in Diaz. I wrote some additional notes for you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And then this one is for Nicholas Gonzalez. He's in custody. You wanted him to have a compliance hearing today. The top indicated DDRF, and I put notes on there too. The top indicated DDRF, but he does not qualify.
Okay. All right, we will take it up. All right, the person who has the interpreter, is the interpreter still here?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, should I see that? What is your client's name?
Your Honor, Mr. Carlos Martinez.
He's on the recall. Okay.
Okay. Yes, Linda Verte Martinez.
They want to approach on this case, but the file's down.
Okay. All right. So on Carlos Linda Verte Martinez, Mr. Martinez, I see you have an interpreter. Counsel, where are we with discovery?
Your Honor, on discovery, I believe I have the majority of the discovery judge. Yes, the problem that I have right now, Judge, is that I'm gonna file a motion for a competency evaluation. There's been a mention of mental health issues and mental health problems with Mr. Martinez. And also, Judge, I would like to bring to the court's attention, my client just informed me that his true name is Carlos Roberto Martinez Cruz.
Okay. All right, so is your client a citizen?
No, Your Honor, it's an illegal alien.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need an immigration attorney on Carlos Martinez. And who is the prosecutor on this case? All right.
Yes, Judge.
State, on this case, has all the discovery been uploaded?
I don't believe we've conferred on it yet, but I can double check, Judge, and we'll see.
All right. So have you conferred with the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So we're going to get an immigration attorney for you before you leave today. All right, your immigration attorney is going to be Teresa Coles Davila. She will get in touch with you. If for any reason she's not able to visit you at the jail, counsel, you can just set up a Zoom and we'll have her by Zoom.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Ms. Ferguson will give you her contact number. And Ms. Ferguson, we're going to need a competency eval filed as well. So what date do you want to bring this back? 45 days, please, at least. All right, we're going to come back on November 28th. And Mr. Mays, do you speak Spanish?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just do the order. Mhm. Thank you. Counsel, do you have any objection to the court just doing an order so we can get the competency evaluation started quickly?
None whatsoever, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. If there's nothing else, then you and your client are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who's approaching? Oh, thank you for coming down. I appreciate it. All right, have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, too.
All right, Martin Acosta, who's here for Martin Acosta? All right, Mr. Costa.
Oh, it's family file.
All right. You need to be downstairs for your jury trial.
Judge, I'd like to address the judge.
Yes.
Judge, I was here 2 weeks ago on the 13th. You advised me that today was the plea bargain deadline,
Yes.
that if we did not reach an agreement, then the case would be set for trial.
Yes.
But this is not, I'm a little aware this is a trial setting.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm not ready on the trial, but if you give me just a little time, I will be ready. And as you can see, Mr. Costa was not quite ready today for trial either. So I like just that opportunity to be ready.
All right, you both need to go down to impact. They're waiting for you. Okay. All right, thank you. All right, who's here on Anisha Graham?
Your Honor, my client didn't appear this morning.
All right, where is Miss Graham?
Judge, I've tried getting a hold of her through the number and references, but I have not.
Okay. Is there a deputy here to make an announcement in the hallway? I understand.
The next one is minus one.
All right, let me find Miss Graham on the docket. Arnisha Graham.
On page 13.
Thank you. And Ms. Ferguson, can you let them know downstairs that that case is scheduled for jury trial and I am not granting a motion for continuance? All right. Could I have a prosecutor, please? Court is calling. Oh, I haven't announced yet, but thank you. You're on it. Court is calling 2022 CR 7966 and 2022 CR 7967, State of Texas versus Arnisha Deshawn Graham. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Yes, Judge, Ryan Grimmer for the state.
for the defense?
Christine McDonald for the defendant.
All right, this hearing was scheduled at 9 a.m. It is now 9:57 a.m. The defendant is not in the courtroom. Deputy Laura, did you make an announcement for the defendant outside the courtroom?
Yes, I did in response.
All right, defense, have you had contact with your client?
No, Your Honor, but I would just respectfully request that if I'm able to find her, I will walk her in the suite.
All right, was she given a PR bond or no? Thank you.
Just mark my face. I see that it's set at 3,000 judges. Doesn't indicate. It was a PR.
All right, state.
State would make a motion for bond forfeiture, Judge.
All right, that'll be granted. Your client will be remanded without bond. If your client makes an appearance, then the court will consider.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll continue trying to get a hold of it.
All right, thank you. And I'll take up your next matter.
Thank you.
And is that Travis Murray?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is your client here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Travis Murray? All right, and this is family violence.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, what is happening with this case?
Judge, we received an offer from the state today. There's no information on my client's out-of-state history. I've asked the state to run that, so my client can make an informed decision on whether or not he wants to accept the plea offer. We're just asking for one more setting, Judge. I've asked the state to hold the offer open. Also, Judge, I'm in jury trial number 226 today.
Oh, okay. So do you have all the discovery?
I believe so, Judge. Yes, they've given us the CPS records and the discovery from SAP.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset? Well, can I have a 30-day reset for a plea deadline date, please? All right, so your plea deadline date is going to be October 31st. If you decide not to accept the state's offer, then your next setting will be trial and it will be a quick turnaround. Do you understand? All right, thank you. That is Travis Murray. All right, are we ready on RC Curtis?
I know he was stuck in traffic, Judge. I'll check with him and see where he is.
Okay.
I would have thought he'd be here by now, so.
And if you want to check with Mr. Bach.
I will. The last I heard, he's at a doctor's appointment, but he said it's taking longer than anticipated. And I said, well, Daryl's still not here, but I'll check with him again. And then I don't know where Nathan is.
Oh,
He's upstairs.
Yes,
upstairs.
Nathan
Okay.
can be here
Nathan's
shortly.
here.
So if Daryl is not here, then we're going to be proceeding with out there.
And we can proceed without Bunk. He already gave me the okay on that too.
All right, then let's proceed. And Mr. Spears, if you'll have let Mr. Murray know, he can come down.
I just said those.
All right, thank you.
There's no S at the end.
Getting an S, right? Oh, and I left some documents on the table.
Oh, right. here?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, can I see the file on Nicholas Gonzalez and Rosemary Diaz? And Nicholas Gonzalez is in custody, correct?
Yes. Judge.
When you have,
You have it in the back right here.
oh, sure, if you can bring them out, this will be very quick. All right, Mr. Gonzalez. All right, so they're telling me that you did not meet the criteria for DDRF. So what we're going to do is we're then going to release you. And I'm assuming he qualifies then for MIC. Is that correct? While she's checking that, if you're released, who are you going to be living with?
My father.
All right, and does your father know this?
Yeah. Well, I haven't spoken to him, but he'll let me live with him.
Does he want you to live with him?
I don't think I have a problem with it.
Okay.
It said it's not recommended.
How could it not be recommended? And so he's not recommended for MIC, but then it's saying they want him to participate in the mental health initiative?
Your Honor, that's what the DDRF and MIC screening results are stating, and he's not recommended for MIC.
All right. Are you on any type of medication? Are you receiving medication?
No, ma'am.
All right. Have you ever had a mental health diagnosis?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. This is what we're going to do. We're going to refer you to Center for Healthcare Services just to make sure that everything is okay. All right.
All right.
But it'll be done while you're out of custody.
Okay.
So refer him to Center for Healthcare Services. And is there any, and then I'm going to want a field visit immediately upon his release. And do you have your father's number?
No, ma'am, I don't.
So how are you going to plan on getting in contact with him to see if he wants you to stay there?
I'm just gonna show up at his house and talk to him.
All right, so we're going to have you reside at Haven for Hope, but here's the thing. When you go to Haven for Hope, you'll be allowed to leave. And at that point, you can ask your father if he's okay with you living with him, okay? And then if he's okay with you living there, then you need to give his contact information to probation.
Okay.
And once probation calls him, then you'll be able to change your residence. So you're not to change your residence for Haven for Hope until probation approves it, okay?
Okay.
All right, now, if you don't follow my orders, what's going to end up happening is a motion to revoke will be filed. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So where are you going to be residing?
All right, Haven for hope,
And how long are you going to be at Haven for Hope?
hopefully for a day or less.
Well, you're going to be there until your father's residence is approved, okay?
Yeah.
All right, is there anything else you need from the court to be successful?
My PO number.
All right, they're going to give that to you, okay?
Okay.
All right, is there any drug issues with you?
Not at the moment, man.
Well, what were your drug issues in the past?
Still few. Before I got on probation, I was on drugs a lot, but
Okay, and what drugs were those?
it's just like weed and alcohol. Really,
And what else?
that's really about it.
So here's the thing. I'm trying to make sure that you're successful on probation. I take no pleasure in revoking people and sending them to prison. So if there are any, I'm not thinking about putting you into inpatient treatment, right? My goal is to get you placed at Haven for Hope as quickly as possible, then hopefully move you to your father's residence. So I need to know what I'm dealing with. So other than weed and alcohol, what else have you tried?
I have no intentions on doing any drugs.
I know you don't have any intentions, but other than weed and alcohol, what have you tried?
Just, I don't know. Just a few drugs, just experimenting.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. What have you experimented with?
Just like methamphetamines and coke. That's it though.
Okay. And we're going to do intensive outpatient treatment with sober meetings. And we'll do the UA hotline for him. All right, is there anything else he needs probation?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, Rosemary Diaz. All right.
Good morning.
Good morning. So if you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be? Because those are the issues that I see here with you, and that's you continuing to use marijuana.
Okay, negative.
Going to be negative?
Yes.
All right, we're going to do a UA today.
Okay.
And if it's anything other than negative, we're going to do something else. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And I do have on this case on June 30th, you tested negative as well. So I just want to make sure that we remain on track, because I'd hate for you to end up going to prison behind you using marijuana. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is there anything other than, excuse me, miss, have a seat. All right. Is there anything else other than the drug issues? And miss, you need to get off the phone. You are in court.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Other than marijuana, is there anything else?
No, ma'am.
All right, so let's do a UA, see where we are with her today. And then is there anything else probation other than that issue? All right, so if there's nothing else other than that issue, if you're negative, then we will send you on your way.
Your Honor, I think she had some concerns in regards to her drug catch.
Mhm.
I believe the financial, you're having financial issues with keeping up with that and everything else.
All right, well, let's see how this UA turns out,
Yeah.
and then we'll address that issue. Can I see the, oh, I have the phone. RC Curtis. Are we ready on RC Curtis?
Yeah.
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Mr. Curtis? You need to show your video. And you need to pull off that hoodie and get somewhere where there's light and get out of bed. And if your equipment does not work, you're going to be required to appear in court. Appearing by Zoom is a privilege, not a right. I don't understand how somebody's still in bed at 10 a.m. All right, the court is calling 2019 CR 10230, State of Texas versus RC Curtis. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Nathan Maury for the state.
For the
Stephen Spear
defense?
for the state.
Oh, thank you. For the defense?
Dana Jones for the defense.
All right, so Mr. Harris is not with us and Mr. Bunk is not with us. State, any objections to proceeding without Mr. Harris is present?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any objection to proceeding without Mr. Harris is present?
Mr. Harris, no.
Yes, and the court will note for the record that Mr. Harris has already given testimony. Mr. Curtis, can you unmute for me, please?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, your attorney, Mr. Bunk, is not here. Do you have any objection to proceeding with co-counsel and not Mr. Bunk being present?
No, ma'am.
All right, and counsel, you have no objection to proceeding without Mr. Bunk?
No objection.
And that Mr. Bunk give you permission to proceed without his presence?
He did, Your Honor.
All right, everyone may be seated. Before Mr. Spear is called, the court did review in camera the work product that was requested for the court to review. The court reviewed it. The court has tendered to both parties a redacted version of what the court believes is admissible to the defense. So have both parties had a chance to review those documents?
Yes, Your Honor, and it just,
I've received it, yes.
and just in addition to that, on, was it Friday, Mr. Maury called me and let me know that he emailed me an additional document in addition to this work product document from this UDN's file.
So what prompted this was a line.
Mr. Harris, you may take a seat.
A line of questioning about what Detective Hines and Daryl had talked about in a pretrial. So with she had all her notes organized, I guess, by witness. So we disclosed the notes regarding Detective Hines. We disclosed them in their entirety, that file. Everything else we gave to the court for the in-camera.
All right, thank you. All right, defense, I believe it's still your witness.
No, Your Honor, I think we called our last witness. I do, just before passing the hearing, I guess, off to the state. We had mentioned admitting volumes 1 through 23 of the record in as defense exhibit number 6. So I just want to officially move that into the record.
All right, just one moment. I am multitasking again. All right, any objections from the state?
There's no objection to them being a part of the record. I just assume them be taken notice of, like you want them actually marked and.
We had talked about that being the simplest way of having it done.
As long as they're in the record, I really don't care.
All right.
Same. I'm gonna put them on a disc and mark it.
Okay.
All right, any objections to the court reporter placing that on the disc and marking the disc?
No, Your Honor.
No, not a mistake.
All right. Defense, do you rest?
We do, Your Honor.
All right, state.
Judge, we'll call Steve Spear.
All right, Mr. Spear, if you'll take the stand, please. And I know you're an officer of the court, but if you could raise your right hand for me.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record, please.
Stephen Spear.
All right, state.
Mr. Spear, what is your relationship to the RC Curtis prosecution? I am the second chair prosecutor on the case. Okay. How did you come about to be the second chair prosecutor?
I don't remember the exact date, but the case got transferred from the 399th to the 187th. At the time, I was the first chair family violence prosecutor in the 187th. And when RC Curtis's case came into the court, so that's how I first had a connection to the case.
Okay. Now, did you, and who is the primary first chair lead prosecutor?
ADA Daryl Harris.
Now, I want to take you back to July of 2021. What was the status of the case at that
At that time, we were preparing for trial. We had a setting, I don't know the exact date, coming up. And then at that time, David Rocha, who had been a witness in the case, was arrested in Florida. We notified the court and Mr. Bunk and Mr. Langlois, and the case subsequently got reset. So Mr. Rocha could come back to Texas and potentially be interviewed.
Now, prior to Mr. Rocha's extradition back to Texas, did you, I guess what we would call work it up for trial, the case?
Yes, we were preparing for trial.
Okay. Were there some videos that you discovered at that time that you were not aware of prior?
There were two videos, one pertaining to a Cayman Reed and the other to a Scotty Perez.
Okay. And when you came about those videos, were they in the digital evidence manager?
At that time, they were not.
Okay. And you watched the videos in preparation?
We did review the videos. Once we discovered the videos, I took them to my paralegal at the time, Ashley Muninga, and had her upload them into Veripic.
Now, do you recall having a conversation with Charles Bunk?
Yes, Charles called me. I don't recall if it was later that day or the following day, asking me about the two videos that have been downloaded.
And without going into detail, what was the substance of the videos?
The substance of the video, I guess, Scotty Perez, about what Scotty Perez tested.
It's just like the Cliff Notes version.
I see. Scotty Perez had mentioned witnessing a video of a woman and being, I guess, purportedly attacked by it sounded like a group of individuals in an interior location. That's what Scotty Perez had mentioned. He had seen that at a hotel or motel off of Ingram Park Road or near Ingram Park Mall.
Now, the existence of this video as it pertained to the investigation, this was not the first mention of that.
It was not.
Okay. Now, these two videos, they had, did they have supplemental prosecution guide supplements associated with them?
I believe there was one that we found about after the fact.
Okay.
And when I say after the fact, I mean post the delay of the trial.
Okay. The Cayman Reed had a prosecution guide supplement that you were aware of in July.
That is correct. Yes.
And then the Scott Perez, there was a prosecution guide filed, but it had not been uploaded until November of the same.
That is correct. Yes.
In November of 2021.
Yes, in November 2021.
And I think you already said this, but regardless of what was on the videos or what you talked about with Mr. Bunk, the trial, the July 2021 trial setting was continued because David Rocha was after.
That is correct.
Okay. At any point, did you conceal any videos or evidence with the intent to avoid an acquittal or to provoke a mistrial?
No, of course not.
Had anybody asked to review the physical file, would you have facilitated that?
Absolutely.
Had you known about the videos of Antonio Jones and Antonio Pena at the outset of the case, would you have uploaded them into the digital evidence there?
Yes.
Do you regret that a mistrial had to be granted?
I do.
Is with these videos, do they change your understanding of the case and the guilt of the defendant in your opinion?
They do not. At best, they might create co-defendants, but that's at best.
Do you believe that the information that has been disclosed since the mistrial, do you believe that allows for a theory that would allow for R.C. Curtis to be convicted of a lesser included offense?
I do not.
So the videos they don't contradict the age of the victim.
They do not.
Do they contradict his presence at the crime scene?
No.
Do they contradict the nature of how his DNA was discovered in the crime scene?
It does not.
Do they contradict his possession of the defendant's credit cards?
It does not.
Do they contradict how the investigation obtained the defendant's credit cards?
No.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
All right, and for the record, Mr. Bonk is present. All right, defense,
May I proceed?
yes.
Hi, Stephen, how are you?
Good morning. Doing well.
All right, did you ever have any of the boxes, the R.C. Curtis boxes in your office?
I did not know.
Do you know where those boxes were the entire time?
I later discovered co-counsel Mr. Harris had the box in his office.
And pre-trial, did you have any discussions with Mr. Harris about Antonio Jones or Antonio Pena?
Not on Antonio Pena. Antonio Jones had been mentioned in the prosecution guide in terms of the two cell phones that were turned over to Detective Hines. However, we did not know there was an actual video.
A video interview.
Oh, yeah, we did not know about the video interview.
Okay. And same question for Detective Hines. Did you ever have any pre-trial conversations with him about the Antonio Pena or Antonio Jones interview?
We did not. The only time we discussed that with him was after the pause, and it was just those videos were discovered during the middle of the trial.
And you were here for his testimony the other day, correct?
I was, yes.
And you heard him testify that he had personal conversations with Mr. Harris, correct?
I did hear him say that, yes.
And so if those conversations took place, you were not present, correct?
I was present throughout essentially every pretrial with Detective Hines that I'm aware of. It's possible I may have missed one, but that was never just, oh, I'm sorry.
So how many pre-trials do you think there were with Detective
This would just be a guess on my part. I'd say probably somewhere around 6 or 7, most of them in preparation for the motion to suppress.
Okay, because we've been given some work product of a pretrial with Detective Hines back in July of 2021. But you think that there's more than just that pretrial interview with Detective Hines?
We met with him via Zoom several times. We had a motion to suppress filed by defense in terms of the statements provided by Mr. Curtis. There were 3, and then also the collection of his DNA sample. So there were several times that we met with him via Zoom in preparation of that. Because of COVID, the motion was paused. There were several times that we had the hearing set that for various reasons it got continued. So we did meet with them. Essentially, a lot of it was going over the same thing we did previously. In terms, are you talking about separately in preparation of the actual trial?
Well,
or
I just want to paint for the record a picture that we've been given one pretrial meeting, but you're saying that there's multiple pretrial meetings with Detective Hines, correct?
There were, yes.
So my question really is, but in any of those pretrial meetings, you don't recall any conversation about an Antonio Pena or Antonio Jones interview with Detective Hines?
Correct.
Okay. And you talked about in preparation, or in July 2021, you were working this case up or getting ready for trial, and you discovered the Cayman Reed and the Scotty Perez interviews, correct?
Right. And we discovered that they were not downloaded into the Veripic system.
Prior to that day, were you even aware of those interviews?
No.
And how did you learn about those interviews?
I believe there was mention in the prosecution guide of or I apologize. Cayman Reed had I believe it was a supplement report where it said there was an interview. We looked to try to figure out where that video was. We discovered that video as well as the Scotty Perez video.
So those get uploaded in July. So did you at that point think, oh gosh, we should go through all of our files and see what else we're missing?
We believe that we had everything there.
Okay, but we know now you didn't have everything there, correct?
Correct. Yeah, there were things missing.
Okay. And would you agree with me that information in the Jones and Pena interviews, there's additional information contained in those than in this, that what was said during the Scotty Perez interview?
They do talk about other things, correct?
Okay. And you've never been a defense attorney, have you?
I have not.
Only a prosecutor?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that some of the information that was contained in Antonio Jones and Antonio Pena's interviews was favorable to the defense?
I could see how it could be, used that way.
Both to maybe impeachment of witnesses
Potentially, yes.
and also maybe to mitigation of guilt?
Perhaps.
And do you agree that once you guys, do you agree with the court that a mistrial was the right thing to do in this case?
Under the circumstances, since that wasn't available to the defense, I think it was the correct move.
Okay. And you mentioned where Nathan followed up with some questions with you towards the end of his questioning about the information contained in the Jones and Pena interviews don't contradict your belief of Mr. Curtis being at the scene, correct?
Correct.
But in the Jones and Pena interviews, they were specifically asked about whether they knew R.C. Curtis, and they both said that they did not know him, correct?
I believe that's correct. It's been a while since I've reviewed them.
And there were names mentioned about who committed this offense in at least the Pena interview. Do you remember that?
I apologize. It's been a while since I viewed the video.
But again, his R.C. Curtis's name wasn't mentioned in that interview, correct?
I believe he may have been asked about it, but I don't remember specifically what he said about Mr. Curtis.
But there was additional information learned about people who were involved in this murder through Pena's interview, correct?
I'm not sure I would quite go that far in terms of the description of what Scotty Perez gave in terms of the video. Yeah, I
My
apologize.
specific question, let's just take one piece of the information from that video, is when Antonio Jones's mom and Pena was there when he saw this. Antonio Jones's mom punches
Is that Roberto?
Roberto. There's a lot of names in this case.
There certainly are.
I apologize for not getting them all correct. But punches Roberto and says, "Y'all film that shit." Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember that.
Okay, so that's additional information that was not contained in Scotty Perez's interview.
Correct.
And that's implying that Roberto was involved with the murder, correct?
I could see that implication.
In preparation for the trial, did you personally ever go through the box or boxes in this case?
I did not go through the entirety of the boxes, no.
Is there any sort of DA policy that requires y'all to go through your files and make sure everything is turned over in a timely manner?
In terms of exact policy, I'm not quite sure. I mean, obviously, it's a good practice to try to make sure that everything is indeed disclosed to defense.
And that's, and it also just not only disclose, but disclose in a timely manner. Would you agree with that?
I agree.
And in this particular case, Mr. Curtis was in jail for several years leading up to trial, correct?
He was.
And this case was pending for, it was indicted for over 5.5 years, correct?
Let's see, I believe he was indicted in 2016, if memory serves. So it had been some time, yes.
And just so the record is clear, this is a case that came to the 187 District Court from another court. The 187 District Court does not allow cases to sit around for 5 years. So you may continue.
And so it was indicted in the spring of 2016, I think is what we heard testimony the other day, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And Mr. Curtis was in custody all the way through until after his mistrial was granted, correct?
Correct.
And tell me again when you came onto this case?
I don't remember the exact date. I believe it was sometime in 2000 and I believe it would have been sometime spring or summer of 2019 is when the case got transferred into the court. That's when I first had my involvement with it.
Okay, and Daryl had testified that this was his case, it's his responsibility. Do you share in that sentiment with him?
He was the first chair, but yeah, I also have responsibility for the case as well.
We'll pass the witness.
State.
Mr. Spear, I should have remembered this morning. We prepared, we had already agreed to admit Pena's and Jones's statements. So we have those prepared, right?
I believe that's correct.
And
Yes.
you also prepare the one,
The Scott Perez.
Perez. Where are those discs?
I'm not sure where they physically are right now.
Are you okay if we put in the Scott Perez statement alongside the Pena and Jones statement?
Yes.
Okay. We'll complete the record later and we can mark them however the court sees fit.
And they need to be, and that needs to be completed today.
It will be completed once I get out of this chair.
Okay.
Just briefly, in talking about pre-trialing on the pre-trial motions. To your knowledge, when you said 6 or 7 times, most of those were the pre-trial motion to suppress motions.
Yes, most of them were.
So those, what were the issues that were involved in those?
Defense had filed a motion to suppress the statements. There were 3 total that were given by Mr. Curtis, and also a collection of his DNA sample via buccal swab.
So like the issues were whether he was properly warned, whether his statement was voluntary, whether he voluntarily agreed to give his saliva, stuff like that.
Exactly.
Okay, so even if you did not discuss the overall investigation, like whether there are other suspects or this evidence that I gathered at another location at a different time, you didn't discuss any of that in the pre-trials?
In the pre-trials for the motion to suppress, we did not. After that had been completed and we were in preparation for trial, that's when I guess a grander scope of the pre-trial began with Detective Hines.
And when did that occur?
It would have been sometime in 2021, I believe, but I don't remember exactly when we began those pre-trials.
Okay. But we have disclosed the notes for Detective Hines. So if those notes had a date, that would be.
It would be, yes. Generally, when we would do our pre-trials, Daryl and myself usually would not take any notes. I think that's when Deanne Guillen, the notes that have been supplied to defense, she would take those notes.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
And when working with law enforcement like SAP, and specifically in this case, Detective Hines, he's part of your team that you work with, correct?
Oh, well, I guess in terms of the state.
Okay, I have nothing further.
I have nothing further, Judge.
All right. Is this witness excused?
He is.
All right. Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. State, call your next witness.
Other than we're going to get 3 discs, I have no further evidence.
All right. Defense.
We have no further evidence.
All right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to give both sides a chance to prepare arguments. We'll come back on a different date so I can hear arguments. And if there's any case law that anyone wants me to review before I hear arguments, then that needs to be tendered to the court. Are we okay with that date?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we're going to come back on October 24th. And the reason why there's such a wide, you're shaking your head? All right. The reason why there's such a wide gap is because, of course, you all know we're in jury trial every week. So we're going to come back on October 24th, but anything that someone wants me to review, it needs to be given to me no later than October 20th. So if there's some case law, if there's a brief that anyone wants to file, I need it by October 20th. And I'm expecting your argument total, state and the defense, to last no more than 30 minutes.
I think I should close this at 10. I'll get further.
All right, thank you. And anybody who You know, if I need to reclaim time, I will. All right, so everyone, we're going to be back here on October 24th. I need any briefs or anything by October 20th. Does everyone understand? And I will need you all here exactly at 9:30. I'm going to call the docket and then we're going to go straight into argument. All right. Thank you all. And do you want Mr. Curtis by Zoom?
That would be best if it's.
All right, Mr. Curtis, unmute.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Curtis, you appearing by Zoom is a privilege. It's not a right.
Yes, ma'am.
If you come on this Zoom one more time and you're laying down in bed, we're going to have issue and your Zoom privileges will be permanently revoked. Do you understand? Do you understand?
Because I'm at work. Yes, ma'am.
No, you're not at work. Unless you're working from your home and working in bed, you're not at work.
Yes, ma'am.
So why are you saying you're at work when you're laying in bed? What
I
job
walk
are you
inside.
doing that's in bed?
I pulled over to, I'm working in the oil field. I pulled over to come to the house to do the Zoom.
No, you were laying in bed.
Yes, ma'am.
There's to be no laying in bed on Zoom. Do you understand? You're in court.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'll see you all back on the 24th.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, who's here on? If you all want me to see something, you need to have the case file pulled. All right, who's here on Henry Peterson? All right, Mr. Peterson, just have, come forward. Your attorney's here.
No.
All right, have you, everyone, it's too congested in here. Grab a file, attorneys, and then take your seat. We're trying to keep this area as least congested as possible. All right, on Henry Peterson, have you all had a chance to confer on this violation report, this 9th violation report that the court is in receipt of?
I have not, Judge. After I was speaking to Mr. Peterson outside, I walked in and the door was empty.
All right, do you have a copy of this?
I do.
All right, so you may want to confer with the state over it.
We will.
All right. Thank you. Who's here on Lori? Yes.
Diaz, Rosemary Diaz. Negative.
Okay. All right, then what we'll do is we'll do random UAs. All right, could I see the file on our Diaz, please? And she is excused after she speaks to you. Thank you.
She does, I'll get one.
All right.
Bar association.
Yes. All right, who's here on Brandon Juarez?
I am, Your Honor, Mr. Juarez, present, Your Honor, on file.
Mr. Juarez, come forward.
Bring it back. Thanks.
There he is. All right, what is happening? And Mr. Bartholomew, you're in the wrong position.
I'm sorry, Judge.
That's okay. What is happening on Mr. Juarez?
Your Honor, we conferred with the state. We're going to provide some additional information, consideration in this case. We asked the court to set this for 30 days.
Well, today is his plea deadline date, and I was told that
Right.
on September 1st, all the discovery was received.
That's true, Your Honor. However, came a little late in this case, Judge. However, I'll be after, but that's where we're at.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you recall Mr. Juarez for 2 weeks? I will not extend the plea deadline date any further. You understand, Mr. Juarez?
I can do that.
All right, October 14th. That's your final plea deadline date.
All right, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you. May we be excused, Your Honor?
After you get the reset form.
I will.
All right, thank you. And Caroline, on this, can you check to see if I'm the person who issued the remand without bond? Oh, wait a minute, that's Abe, right?
Yes.
Okay, I am the one.
Oh,
Okay. All right, Norma, can you see if we can get another pretrial services officer to zoom in? Gennaro Castillo. Okay. Who's here on Botello?
Here, Judge.
All right, thank you. And where's Botello?
He's present right here.
Come forward. All right, so here's the issue. I have this update letter from pretrial services. And it's stating that the vehicle is owned by Tammy Botello. What is Tammy Botello's relationship to you?
She's my mother.
All right, and do you live with your mom?
No, ma'am.
Where are you living?
I live in my own apartment.
All right, why did you have her vehicle allegedly?
She just got the vehicle out in her name and it was mine. I was making monthly payments on it.
Mhm.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so is there a criminal trial division prosecutor available?
He's in the hallway. Is there anything that I can do?
It's regarding a DWI. So we'll wait for criminal trial division to come back.
Okay.
And let me just tell you what my concerns are. My concerns are that you had this vehicle allegedly. There's a DWI and you're saying that it's in your mother's name, but you were making payments. So technically it's your vehicle and that vehicle doesn't have an ignition interlock on it.
The vehicle was wrecked, Judge. It's not operable.
I don't have that information that it's not operable. What I have,
Provide that, Judge. I will supplement.
all right, what I have is the vehicle mentioned in the affidavit, a 2014 Honda Civic is owned by Tammy Botello, not to say the defendant, and the defendant has been released from the impound on June 26th.
I had provided my pretrial officer with all that information.
Mhm.
That the vehicle was totaled out. My attorney sent over an affidavit stating that I did not have no property. The vehicle's not in my possession. I explained that to my pretrial officer, Officer Brown. And then my mother also spoke to her as well. She spoke to the impound, so I'm not really sure why I'm not sure.
All right, so let's have a seat. We'll see if we can get the pretrial services officer in here.
Thank you.
All right, Ron McKinney.
Teresa Garcia for Ron McKinney. I'm just saying, good morning.
Good
Ben.
morning.
I have filed a motion for competency
Okay,
regarding this individual.
and where is Mr. McKinney?
He is right.
All right, Mr. McKinney, if you can come forward. And council, has the motion for competency already been filed?
Yes, it has, and we already have a setting for our first hearing.
All right, and do you know when that setting is approximately?
It's coming up pretty soon, Judge.
Okay.
Sure. I can look it up.
All right. I mean, is it this month, next month?
I believe it's this month. It could, well, October, Judge, I think.
All right. Then Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 45-day reset on McKinney?
The informal inquiry, Judge, is October 3rd.
All right. All right, Mr. McKinney, we're going to set your case for December when? For December 12th. Now, if everything is answered as regards to competency, then your attorney can always come back and have you set in the court earlier. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, defense, is there anything else?
No, Judge.
All right, thank you. And Norma, could you give them a reset form just in case Mr. McKinney is released?
Okay. Yes, thank you, Judge.
Thank you. You may have a seat, Mr. McKinney. And Ms. Garcia,
Yes, Judge.
how is Richard coming along on his
Oh, my
pilgrim?
Well, you know, Richard's hard-headed. He said, I'm freezing to death. And everybody has a parka. And I only have a freeze. I go, oh, no, there's no room in my backpack. So I'm like, you know what? You ain't that cold. Yeah.
No, he's not that cold then.
I know.
But I saw the incident he had about the hotel.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
That guy.
But you know what? It ended up working out beautifully for
Because he
him.
got, yes, because he got that other hotel.
Yes.
He always lands on his feet. So I'm
He
never
does.
worried. Yeah, knock
Yeah.
on wood. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. My mom is like, tell him I'm praying for him, but he has his foot on a banana peel.
Oh, my God. Well, that would be most likely to happen here, you know?
Yeah.
That's like what always happens.
Yes.
It's good to see you.
All right, you too. The court is calling 2022 CR 7151, State of Texas versus Martinez. Guatemoc Martinez. I did the best I could. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Michael Villarreal.
for the defense?
Go for the fence, Judge.
And are you Mr. Martinez?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you what's entitled discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
I have.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Next, I'm showing you what is entitled application for community supervision or deferred adjudication. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it, Mr. Martinez?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right, next I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Judge.
State, it appears that you're proceeding on the indictment as presented. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Martinez, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney?
Yes,
Did
ma'am.
you understand it? And did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
That's correct.
Did you understand you're charged with possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1 gram to 4 grams as a third-degree felony? The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes,
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
that's correct.
Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine? Did you understand? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has, Judge.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
He does, Judge.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
He is, Your Honor.
Mr. Martinez, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear
No,
to
ma'am.
get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea bargain agreement?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
The court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 2 years in the prison. There's a $500 fine. State will remain silent on your application for deferred adjudication. They're taking in consideration 658587 There's to be $57 for drug testing, the APSE course, and no contact with Ruby Rosario. Did you understand that that was the plea bargain agreement?
That's correct.
Defense,
That's correct, Judge.
state.
Yes, Your Honor.
Next, I'm going to show you what's entitled waiver of appeal. Paragraph, did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
They have not, Judge.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement, the state is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 2 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation and 100 hours of community service restitution. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Then to the offenses charged in the indictment, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? State, any evidence to support the defendant's plea?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, state of our state's exhibit number 1 and its attachments.
We reviewed the same, no objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Martinez, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you
I
understand?
understand.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you apply for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
We didn't know if the state, actually, if the court wanted to do a tap or not, Judge. Yeah.
I do my own tap.
Okay, Judge, then we're ready to proceed.
All right, anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Yes, Judge. Ms. Martinez, we understands he put himself in a bad spot with this. And that's why he's accepting responsibility for this, Your Honor. He does have a child with the person with the no contact. The only thing we're going to ask on that is that he'd be allowed to have contact for visitation only pursuant to the court orders. He pays child support. He's gainfully employed, and he does try to exercise reasonable visitation with his child. This is, I believe, his first felony offense, Judge, and he wanted to, again, be given the opportunity so that he can continue to work, meet his obligations. He would hope that the court would take a look at that and give him that opportunity. I've explained to him the ups and downs of deferred. He understands that if the court's willing to give him that opportunity, that he will have a pretty big hammer over him if he makes a mistake. I've explained to him how that process works. And so he would like the court to consider doing that this time.
All right, Mr. Martinez, how many children do you have?
1 is minor.
All right, and how old is your child?
13.
What's his date of birth?
11/10/09.
All right, thank you. That's always a test. I'm always seeing if people don't pass that test.
Easy to remember. 11/10/09.
All right, so are you employed?
I'm retired. I do a lot of handyman work.
All right, what are you retired from?
Military.
All right, how long were you in the military?
24 years.
All right, you're speaking very fast.
That's
That's okay. If you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be?
should be negative.
All right, why do you say should be?
It would be.
All right, so have you ever used drugs in the past?
Yes, I have.
All right, what have you used in the past?
THC, cocaine, little bit of everything. Just I suffer a lot from us.
Okay, you suffer a lot from,
Just the mental issues, depression, suicidal ideation.
okay, are you seeing a doctor?
TBI with cognitive. Yeah, I go through the VA.
All right. All right, and are you getting any type of drug treatment from the VA as well?
Well, when I did get to that point, I always go supplement myself to low rates. I've been there about 3 or 4 times.
All right,
It works temporarily, but then as time goes by, just relapse. tend to remember why you're there and the issues, and it just doesn't really make sense.
All right.
I try, I do, but I can't too.
All right. So,
Keep me around from the kids, you know?
all right. Yeah. So you're going to have to try for your children. Okay.
Right.
And here's the thing. This is what I've discovered from my time of having clients who had mental health issues and also from studying about this in college, is that sometimes people are feeling great and everything is going fine and they're like, problem solved.
Right.
But I always tell people our bodies, and I don't know if this is a good analogy or not, but our bodies are sort of like vehicles. You got to take them in for maintenance. And if you don't, the vehicle will end up breaking down and it'd be worse than if you would have just taken it in for maintenance. So we're going to do all we can to help you. I'm going to grant his application for deferred adjudication. What branch of the military did you serve in?
The Army. I'm
Okay.
4 years. I wanted to do 30, but the doctors in the type of.
Hey, it happens sometimes, but that doesn't take away from the fact that you did service and you served honorably. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you 3 years deferred adjudication. And if you complete everything early, you can get off early. So it doesn't matter if I were to give you 5 years deferred or 2 years deferred. With the 3 years deferred, you can still get off early if you complete everything. There's going to be a $500 fine that will be probated. There's to be restitution of $57 to SAPD for drug testing. The APSE course. There's to be no contact with Ruby Rosario. Once you've completed the APSE course, and if I'm able to hear from the complainant about her wishes, then I can change that. But for child exchanges or child visitation, you're going to have to go through a third party. Is there a third party?
Yes, usually my sisters,
Okay.
but in.
All right. Well, you know, sisters don't butt in. Sisters always have to watch out for their brothers. I know because I'm a sister. Okay. There's going to be regular reporting, and that can be by Zoom or in person. I'm going to want you to have continued treatment for any mental health issues or drug issues through the VA. We're going to do field visits 1 time per month, and that will be regular, so that it doesn't have to be a surprise visit. And the only reason why I'm not doing a surprise visit or random visit with you is because I don't want to interfere with whatever your mental health treatment is. And I don't want to trigger anything by a complete stranger knocking on your door at different times through the month. Okay.
I can appreciate it.
And we're going to do regular UAs, or you can do the patch. The patch is more expensive, but the patch doesn't interfere with your time as much because you have the patch on, you know when to return it. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask for parenting classes. And once you complete those parenting classes, then the 100 hours of community service restitution will be waived. And if they have parenting classes at the VA, he's more than welcome to take those parenting classes at the VA. And I'm going to want a MIC evaluation and take in consideration 658587. Probation, is there anything else he needs? Is there anything else you need from the court?
No, ma'am.
All right, I'm gonna show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. So I did, because I love history. I wanted to make sure I knew where your name came from. So you got a lot to live up to with that name, okay?
Learn how to say it.
No, well, see, here's the thing. I looked it up and it's spelled with a C instead of a G. So the G is throwing me off. I don't know if that's a hard G or a soft G.
Oh, remember that's the first day that the county misspelled.
They misspelled it.
A lot. A lot.
Okay, you know what? If I didn't already give you credit, I would tell you, you got to get that changed so it can be spelled correctly. All right, good luck to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Joshua Carroll.
FG judge
All righty, where's Mr. Carroll?
with the police, but not for anything he did. He went to his, as he told you last time we were, he just bought a new car. As he was getting in his new car, he went to get in his new car. There was a lady he didn't know driving off in it. So he called the police, and I just spoke to the police. So they're actually with him taking a theft of vehicle report.
All right, so what kind of vehicle was this?
I didn't ask that.
Oh, well, I'm just curious. All right, so
Can we come back like tomorrow? I mean, this was a plea deadline date, so I don't want to miss that. So can we?
all right, let's see where he is and see if he can come back. Are we? Oh, you okay? All right, no, we can't lose you. All right, Norma, Mr. Carroll, are we able to recall him for tomorrow?
Is that okay with you?
Yes,
Okay.
so we'll bring him back tomorrow for a plea
Plea
deadline.
deadline. Okay, can it be like 10 o'clock? Have another, I go back to the doctor tomorrow at 9:30. but
Okay, we'll have him at 10.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sergio Martinez is on the PSI document.
Who's here on Blunt? All right, if Blunt will come forward. And let me just find the page he is on. Ah, there we are. All right. So what is happening with this case?
Judge, I believe this is Michelle's case and she's giving me a message to give to the court.
Yes.
Is that they are waiting on some additional scans that we have previously subpoenaed. They have not come in yet. In particular, imaging and scans from a hospital from the case. So they are not in yet. And we've told that to Mr. Martinez.
All right. So is there an anticipation of when this imaging and scan will be completed?
I didn't get that information from Michelle, but I can, if you give me a second, I can tell you when we issued the subpoena, but
Judge, we specifically have requested those because our expert had noticed that we didn't have them available to look at. So we've been trying to wrestle this issue for a while. She suggested we have another reset.
Okay.
The next 30 days or so, see where we're at.
So this is what we're going to do. This is going to be the last day that we come back for scans. So the date that I'm going to give you all to come back, if you don't have the scans, then people need to be subpoenaed for court and they can explain why they don't have the scans.
Understood.
All right.
Questions?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. Give me a second.
Okay.
Well, I guess. Right now, looks like the subpoena was issued on August 31st.
Yeah. All right, Ms. Ferguson. Can I get a reset on Mr. Blunt for 30 days? And there's probably going to end up having to be a hearing if they don't have that discovery by then. November 4th. All right, everyone, we're going to come back on November 4th.
Okay, Judge, just so we're clear, the subpoena's already been issued, so I don't need to issue another one. I mean, that's.
No, I mean, the subpoena has been issued for the records, but there has been no subpoena issued for the body of the person who has those records. So if you all are coming close to that date, which would be sometime in October, you need to subpoena whoever you need to subpoena to be ready for November 4th. All right, thank you. Deputy Laura, we're completed with Mr. Blunt. Yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Brown.
Hi, Judge.
Hi, Jordan. It's always nice to see you.
You as well, Judge.
Okay, I'll make.
I just need a signature saying it was grand jury rejection, but was previously an arrest case.
All right, and I like the fact that you dated it. And it's for this court.
Well, I'm here, Judge, but any excuse. I'll take it.
All right, thank you.
If anybody's online.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll give you a call soon. Okay.
All right, who's here on Ernesto Lozano? Yes.
Mr. Lozano is in Fresno, California.
Mhm.
He's a truck driver and he left a message early Saturday morning on my voice recorder. I called this morning. He's at the mechanic shop. He's a long haul. The truck broke down.
Okay.
A week or so, just to reset for a few days. I said I'd come ask for it.
All right. Have you spoken to the state concerning this?
I will.
All right, thank you. And if your client is out of state, we can always take care of this by Zoom.
Good point.
All right.
Judge, may I'm here on April Feeler that we have to.
All right, just get your paperwork together and we will do it.
I think the state's gonna have to call for the file.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask you another question? Are you gonna have another seminar, need the hours for that seminar?
Oh, you'll have to speak with the organization about that. You know, I'm not necessarily allowed to do that.
Oh, okay, because your seminar is saying my CLE hours.
Oh, thank you. This is done.
The last name is Keeler. But here is something else.
Violation report? Get a hold of that, officer, but they're not.
Don't be talking to me.
All right, so the challenge next is what they say.
I have not, I think we're gonna dispute some aspects of this. Is it possible just to maybe 1 week or so, next Monday? Be the easiest answer, so I can get him here. He was gonna bring some documentation to show that there was a misunderstanding. What his, my client's told me.
All right, so I'm gonna recall this case for tomorrow and he can appear by Zoom.
Okay.
Ms. Ferguson. Ernesto Lozano will be here tomorrow by Zoom. Brenda, do you see Mr. Lozano on the docket?
Lozano's on page 13.
Thank you. So I'm gonna note that he was not present, but you're telling me he's in San Diego, so this is being recalled for tomorrow and he can appear by Zoom.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
No
I'm sure
problem.
you can work through it.
Yes.
All right, are we ready on Peterson?
Yes.
And if I could have a violation report back on Peterson. Oh, here. All right. All right, so before we go on the record, is there an agreement on this or no?
I don't think so, Judge.
All right, so we're here, Mr. Peterson. This is the 9th violation report. So are both parties ready to proceed?
I think so, Judge.
All right, court is calling 2022 CR 3176, State of Texas versus Henry Peterson. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Ryan Grimmer for the state of Texas.
for the defense?
Tony Adonis on behalf of Mr. Peterson.
And are you Mr. Peterson?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're here on the 9th violation report. And have both parties had a chance to review the violation report? State,
Yes, Judge.
defense?
Yes, Your Honor, and actually, Judge, we got notice of the 7th violation report setting today, not the 9th, but they're essentially the same.
All right, Mr. Peterson, the issue is that they're saying you're continuing to use alcohol and they have a confirmation. So the only question would be, is there anything else that's causing the confirmations? And I don't think there is.
All I work with is chemicals and I don't drink. Everybody around me and the company can verify that.
Judge, if I may,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson, in the conversations I've had since I was appointed just recently, he steadfastly denied that he is drinking while on this pretrial release. We have seen and reviewed the violation reports together, and he has given me a list of about 9 different chemicals that he works with. He repairs used tires is what he does, and he refurbishes them so that they can be resold, and they're primarily the big commercial tires, Judge. There's 9 different chemicals that he works with on a regular basis that he tells me are potentially interfering. One is the PFC 8, another is WD 40, another one is PPC 32 pre-buff cleaner, another one is a premium starting fluid made by Johnson's, Another one is a Patch Rubber Company repair sealer, which appears to have alcohol in it, an air tool oil, Deep Woods Off, a purple primer for PVC and regular cleaner for PVC cement. To the extent that a non-chemist such as myself can look into these items, Judge, many of them contain volatile chemicals, one of which is acetone. Acetone is, of course, I'm sure is familiar, will test positive on a breath test, but I have no idea what the combination or any one of these particular chemicals could have on a scram device. I've tried to do some internet research and there's doesn't seem to be anything out there. There are indications on the internet. There is some research out there that does show that there are chemicals that can react with the scram device, but it deals with mostly household type items and lotions and such like that. I had not been able to find anything that deals with industrial type chemicals of this sort. Mr. Peterson has been drug testing or has been taking UAs every week, and up until today, we were under the assumption that they were testing for alcohol. After speaking with his pretrial services officer, we have found that they do not test for alcohol and that they cannot test for alcohol. And we don't know if it's a supply chain issue or what, but they could, they just don't have the ability to do it, is our understanding. Mr. Peterson didn't know about that until today, and he's been testing every
Ever
time
since I've been on it, and I always thought that my UAs were for the alcohol.
He didn't know that until I told him just a little while ago. So he's not trying to mask anything. He's not trying to hide anything. As far as he knows, these UAs are supposed to be testing for alcohol up until today. It's the issues before the court are further complicated by the fact that my understanding is that he physically cannot take or medically cannot take the antabuse pill, and that he's got.
Well,
lung
here's my
issues and can't
question.
take the machine.
Probation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you able to test for alcohol?
I can't test here for alcohol. He can go to our facility and test for alcohol.
All right. So,
And we would even suggest just testing him twice a week. He had been.
well, no. Well, he's going to go to the facility and test for alcohol today.
Yes, Your Honor.
How did you get here today?
My stepbrother is sitting right here.
Okay. All right. So he's going to go to a facility and test today. Probation, will he have to pay for that because he's not on probation?
There is a fee. I need to check to see what that fee would be.
It's like pre-trial, it's usually $10.
So for alcohol, it would be $20.
Right, I'll go into it.
All right. So I'm going to want him to do a UA today. And they're going to tell you the location to go to, and then we're going to come back and resume this. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then I'll hear from the state.
Okay, Judge. Judge, another thing too that we may have thought, I don't know if it'd be something that we can try to figure out just by process of elimination. I think at this point, it's all speculation that his job is causing this. On a couple of them, they do have charts, and on some of them, it'll be 0, 0, 0. And then in the afternoon, suddenly it goes up. So my thoughts would be if he's during the day working around these chemicals, I don't know why it would be going up in the middle of the afternoon.
Okay.
I think that maybe for process of elimination, also making him not be around these chemicals may be something also that we can see. If it is the chemicals, then everything should return to 0. And if it's not, then we'll know it's another issue that's coming.
Okay. What is your work schedule?
I live and work at home, so I work every day because I'm at my dad's shop.
All right.
So I go out whenever I want, out in the yard and work whenever times I want.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Are you able to take some time off so we can figure out where this is coming from?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So are you able to take at least a week off?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll take a leave off.
All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to have you do a UA today, and then we're going to come back in 2 weeks.
Yes.
And we're going to see where we are. So I want you to take a week off from work. And what we're going to do is.
We have court on the 11th also, Your Honor.
Okay. So this is what we're going to do. Today is the 26th. So I want you to be off starting on September 30th, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so from September 30th through October 7th, you're not going to work.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're going to be doing UAs during that time period.
Yes, sir.
Then we'll see where we are, okay?
Okay.
The UAs will be through probation.
Probation, are you able to do that?
Let me get with his regional officer. What I can work out.
Oh, okay.
Is that okay?
Yes. And so Norma, can we have a date to come back? Are we able to come back on maybe October 6th for this?
You're fine.
All right, so we're going to recall you on October 6th and we're going to do drug testing, all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that's going to be drug testing daily and it's going to be for alcohol.
Daily judges, is that what you said?
Yes.
Because that's gonna run $20.
I'm sorry. Are you able to do that?
Not at $20 a day. Not
All right.
every day.
We do every other day. perhaps.
Norma, can you get in touch with pretrial services? I don't know why they can't test for
Pretrial
alcohol.
officers here.
Oh, pretrial. Oh, thank you.
Here.
You made an appearance instead of by Zoom.
This one.
All right, so the issue with Mr., and thanks for coming down.
This one.
And thanks for dressing appropriately. All right, the issue, and thank you for dressing appropriately too, Mr. Peterson. All right, the issue with him is he's been doing UAs, but they have not been testing for alcohol. Are you all not able to test for alcohol?
So we don't have any dip panel tests available for alcohol. I'll have to check with my supervisor as well as the administrative supervisor to see if it's a procurement issue. But at least since May, I have yet to see any dipstick alcohol tests other than a breathalyzer. We do utilize a breathalyzer, but for Mr. Peterson, he has a medical issue that would prevent him from using a breathalyzer.
All right, can we go off the record for a moment, please? they're only able to give us one of those cups. And or either we can do the RMS, but the RMS, we could do it, Wednesday. This is what we're doing, that RMS is, that's $30, it doesn't have money to pay for that every day. You're gonna do a random test.
I know, okay.
Yes. Sometime during that week, and it's. So he's not gonna be working beginning Friday. And so he's gonna be off from work that entire week of October 3rd. And we're gonna come back here on October 6th. So you need to do a random RMS sometime 3rd, 4th, or 5th.
Okay. And do you want me back here for the next hearing?
Yes. If you
Yes,
could,
okay,
please.
that's fine.
Right. And that's gonna be October 6th, and that'll be at 9 AM. All right, so you're gonna do your UA today over there, then we'll come back.
Thank you.
Thank
Very
you.
big.
Thank you,
You're
Your
welcome.
Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Judge Brown,
So
and everyone just give me a moment. And Ms. Ramos, just give me a moment, please.
Yes, Judge.
All right, Mr. Ambrosino.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Hi, you're with Obey George.
George Abaya, Your Honor. He is not present. He hired me over the weekend.
Okay, where is he?
He's at home.
I was hoping that we could get a bond set so we can do a satellite and not lose
He
his
needs to
job.
present himself.
Can I get him on Zoom? Well, the problem is if we do it that way, then he'll go in, I mean, he'll miss a day, he'll probably lose his job. I guess he works in logistics.
No, I mean, I can't set a bond for somebody and they're not here and they were accused of not appearing.
Well, I guess he appeared, I guess he didn't understand.
Mm,
He's a Nigerian national, I guess he didn't understand that he was supposed to follow up with them.
Yeah, and then here's the thing though, on his first violation report, I actually set this and had it set and said, have him and his defense attorney appear.
And that wasn't me, so I'm not sure what happened, but he
Yeah.
hired me on Saturday. I think
Yeah.
that was on Friday. So
Yeah,
I don't
this
think he
was-
got notice of that either.
Well, this is September 21st, so if he didn't have notice, then that attorney needs to be here to see why he didn't have notice, but it was set, but he needs to be present for me to consider recalling the warrant.
Okay.
All right, and if there's some issue with him not knowing or his attorney not getting that, then of course the court would be more than happy to take that up.
Okay, will the court also consider possibly recalling the warrant?
If he makes an appearance, I'll reconsider. I always consider everything.
Well, I just wanted to know if that was a possibility.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Would you have time to do that today or?
Well, I can tell you satellite, they're not around for, well, if I recall it, then he doesn't have to do satellite. We are closing at what time, Norman? At 1 p.m. So he'll need to be here before then.
Okay, I'll see you later.
All right, and Miss Ramos, are you on George?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so his attorney is going to try to get him here. I thought he was already here. He's not. So we may need you back, maybe not, but I want to make sure that if I do recall the warrant, that you have his contact information, so there's no confusion.
Yes.
All
ma'am.
right, thank you
Okay.
so much.
Thank you.
All right, who are the parties on Enoch Martinez? Court is calling 2022 CR 8096, State of Texas versus Enoch Martinez. Could I have parties approach and announce for the record for the state,
Ryan Grimmer for the state of Texas.
for the defense?
Oh, the attorney's not here.
Ah. Okay, your attorney's not here. Who's your attorney? All right, just have a seat. Who's here on Paul Duncan? And if Paul Duncan can come forward. Court is calling 2022 CR 5349A, State of Texas versus Paul Harley Duncan. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Ryan Grimmer for the state of Texas.
for the defense?
Scott McCoy from Mr. Duncan.
Are you Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
Yes.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Duncan, I'm showing you what's entitled Application for Community Supervision or Deferred Adjudication. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
And did you sign it?
Yes.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
Counsel, do you weigh the reading of the indictment?
Yes.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Judge, we're proceeding on count 1, but we're proceeding as a lesser included of possession with intent to deliver 4 to 200 grams.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Duncan, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand the state is proceeding on the lesser included? I think Norman just put that up there. Did you understand that the state is proceeding on the lesser included offense under count 1 of possession with possession with intent to deliver a controlled substance, penalty group 1, 4 grams to 200 grams? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that's a first degree felony? The range of punishment is anywhere from 5 to 99 years or life in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent? Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights? And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case? Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to life in prison and up to a $10,000 fine? Did you understand? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes,
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
he does.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes,
Mr. Duncan, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea? Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea bargain agreement? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
yes,
Are you a U.S. citizen?
yes.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page, did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, sir.
According to the plea bargain agreement, the state is proceeding on the lesser included offense under count one of possession of a controlled substance with intent to deliver. Penalty group 1, 4 to 200 grams. Punishments be assessed at 8 years in the prison. There's $1,000 fine. The state is opposing your application for deferred adjudication and community supervision. They will take in consideration 2022 CR 5350. There's to be $114 restitution to SAPD for testing, and there's to be no contact with Christopher Rodriguez. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Judge, that's not, we were opposing deferred, and I think we're recommending,
Ah,
I think it's written correctly.
we're opposing deferred, but
oh,
recommending.
sorry. That's me trying to make sure everybody's on their toes.
You got it.
So you guys caught it. All right. Did you understand that the state is recommending community supervision? Did you understand that to be the plea bargain agreement? Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Judge.
Next, I'm showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places? Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand? Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement. State is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 5 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation and 200 hours of community service restitution. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations? Then to the offenses, well, to the lesser included offense of possession with intent to deliver a controlled substance, penalty group 1, 4 to 200 grams. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? State any evidence.
Yes, Judge. State would offer state's exhibit number 1.
No objection.
Mr. Duncan, I'm showing you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, sir.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there'll be no live testimony? Did you understand? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. Court will defer finding of guilt as you apply for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
No, Your Honor, we'd like to see sentence report.
For what purpose?
They're opposing deferred. We're applying for deferred.
All right, so what is his criminal history?
Minimal criminal history, Judge. The main reason for our opposition to deferred is that there was 252 grams of controlled substance in this particular case. Obviously, he was facing up to a minimum of 15 years based on that amount. We believe that in this particular case that probation is more the appropriate remedy just based on the 252 grams. It is whatever that is. It is more than 30 times the minimum to be a first degree felon.
Okay, so with regards to the PSI report, is the PSI report going to change the amount of drugs?
No, Judge, but I would like time to possibly present evidence for you to consider. If the court's inclined to give him deferred today, then we don't have any reason.
I mean, I don't see what evidence is going to be presented to the PSI report that's going to show me anything other than what his criminal history is.
It may not necessarily be in the report, but it could be in the form of live witnesses to support him or other materials.
So then do we need a PSI report? Then what we need, it sounds to me, is a reset date for you to have witnesses here, because otherwise this sentencing is going to take place on November 28th.
Okay. Would the court let me know whether you're inclined to grant the deferred today without?
I mean, if you have witnesses to present to the court, I'm just wondering, what is a PSI going to tell me other than what I've seen in the police report?
Nothing, that he has no history other than that minor.
So then it would be an issue of you providing witnesses to the court.
Yes.
So my question is, do we really need a PSI report, or is
No.
it just that you want witnesses presented to the court?
I don't care about the report itself, no.
All right, so Ms. Ferguson, they don't necessarily, well, they don't need a PSI. Are you then not requesting a PSI report?
Correct.
All right, so they're not requesting a PSI report. He just wants a chance for his witnesses to be heard on his application for deferred adjudication. So what date can we give them?
Maybe a 30 days. You said, or do you want-
No, just how long will it take you to get your witnesses?
I'd have to consult with him. I was counting on a 30-day, Judge. I don't know. I'd have to talk to him. He's from Austin. I don't know if people are from Austin, if any. I just was assuming it was if there wasn't a deal for probation, there was going to be another setting for sentencing.
Okay.
I can do October 31st.
All right, October 31st?
Sure.
All right, and if the state has no objection, if he has witnesses that are out of the county or out of state, would you have an
Objection
objection?
to that, Judge, to
Yes.
Zoom or?
So they can appear by Zoom? Okay. So we'll come back on October 31st, because otherwise, Mr. Duncan, you will be in limbo till November 28th, okay? So that will be at 9 a.m. We'll see you on October 31st at 9 a.m.
And so you don't need him to have the type evaluation done before the meeting?
No.
Okay. You gonna give us appointments?
Brenna, do you see Mr. Duncan on the docket? All right, thank you. All right, Enoch Martinez. Court is calling 2022 CR 8096, State of Texas versus Enoch Martinez. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Brian Brewer for the state of Texas.
Adrian Pettis for the defendant.
All right. All right, for the state?
Catherine Pollard for the state.
All right, and are you Enoch Martinez? Defense, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case, and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Martinez, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And just one moment. I'm in search of the indictment. There we are. All right, I'm showing you the indictment. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, it appears that you're proceeding.
Yes, Judge, only on count 2, waiving count 1.
All right. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Martinez, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in all the appropriate places? I'm gonna need you to speak up. Did you understand the state is proceeding on count 2 of the indictment? That is possession of controlled substance penalty group 1, 4 to 200 grams. That's a second-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, fine.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent? Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights? And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case? Did you understand that the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication? If for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 20 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Martinez, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea bargain agreement?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to, the court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived jury trial. I'm showing you what's entitled plea bargain agreement. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea bargain agreement, there's a $1,500 fine. State recommends deferred adjudication, and there's $57 restitution at SAPD for custody. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Judge.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement. The state is requesting that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 8 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation and 150 hours of community service restitution. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations? Then to count 2 in the indictment, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty, Your Honor.
State, any evidence?
Yes, Judge, the state would offer what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1.
No objections.
And I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you cite it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments. The court has reviewed the same. The court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
I only ask that you follow the plea bargain, Judge. I'm sure he won't let you down.
All right, Mr. Martinez, if you are drug tested today, what are the results going to be?
Negative, Your Honor.
All right. Is there a reason you're holding the cap so that I can see it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't
No, that's okay. If you want me to know you're in the military, all you have to do is say that. Or if
Okay.
you served in the military,
It's not-
all you have to do is say it.
Yeah, I was holding for that reason.
I'm sorry.
I was holding it for that reason. Your Honor.
All right. So were you in the military?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. So why did you go off track? Why are you using drugs?
Currently separated for 2.5 years. I haven't seen my boys for 3 years.
Well, if you're using drugs, nobody wants you seeing children. So I mean, you can't see your children if you're using drugs because you're not a good influence on them, right? So sometimes people fall on hard times. Sometimes life hits people and sometimes it's a speed bump. Sometimes it's a head-on crash, but you got to change your ways. Otherwise, one, you're not going to be able to see your boys because I'm not going to allow it. So you can't blame her for that. It will be me because I can't have adults influencing children by using drugs. Okay. So if you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be? All right. When's the last time you used?
3 weeks ago.
And what was it? All right. And here's the thing, you're whispering, but let me explain something to you. All of us, me included, we are constantly trying to improve ourselves and be better people. Where you are today doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be in that same position in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. The key is don't be embarrassed, accept help, and then try to improve yourself. All right. So how often are you using?
Like, that was the last time when I'm stopped. Like, I don't want to use it. I'm ashamed.
Well, here's the thing. People always say they stop, but sometimes they need help. All right. So how often were you using before you last time?
Practically every day.
Every day? Okay. Do you live by yourself?
I live with my parents.
All right. How old are your parents?
My mom is 63 and she's 8 years older than my dad.
All right. You know, using drugs and destroying your body is breaking your mom's heart. So we're going to have to stop that. You need to be a good son to your mom and a good son to your father, because good parents worry about their children, and worry and stress will age a parent quicker than anything else. You understand? So are you employed?
Self-employed right now.
Doing what?
Remodels. I'm really good at fixing.
Okay. And how old are your children?
18, 17, and 16.
All right. This is what the court is going to do. There's a $1,500 fine that will be probated. 8 years deferred adjudication. Restitution of $57 to SAPD for drug testing. I'm going to want the UA hotline. We're going to do a TAP evaluation. And to follow the recs of that, I'm going to send him to Veterans Treatment Court, but I already know it's going to take them maybe 60 to 90 days before they make a decision. But I'm going to refer you to Veterans Treatment Court, okay? Normally, we should have had this when Mr. Harris was here, since he's a part of that. I'm going to want 150 hours of community service restitution. 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination. Court is not requiring you to get that, but if you get that or have received that, just give it to probation. I'm going to want parenting classes, triple T. Once you complete parenting classes, the remaining of those hours will be waived. I'm going to want proof of employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. There's to be no unsupervised contact with minors until further notice. There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. And we're going to do field visits 2 times per month until further notice. All right, probation, is there anything else he needs?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Martinez, is there anything else that you need from the court in order to be successful? All right, I'm going to show you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it? Because this is a plea bargain agreement. Okay, I'm sorry. Because I followed your plea bargain agreement, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? All right, we can go off the record. Here's the thing. How old were you when you signed up?
Right after high school.
All right. So I'm sure when you went in there from high school, you were clean and sober, right? You've got to find that person and get back to being that person and being clean and sober. Okay? You're welcome. All right. And probation, if he can get a UA no later than tomorrow, so we can figure out what his levels are. All right. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Who's here on Antonio Davila?
We'll let you.
And where is Antonio Davila?
He's
Come forward. All right. Have you received all the police reports?
We have, and I've been in contact with the Uvalde district attorney. We've got a deal to dispose of this if he pleads on those. Problem is they haven't been filed yet, but we're in that process of getting it filed.
Okay, when is that going to happen?
I don't know. I haven't moved back. Apparently, Mr. Sanders was working on this. He was in trial last week and wasn't able to attend to it once he got the police reports. So hopefully we can work it out this week. Let out by next week.
So you're saying if he pleads on the cases out of county?
Out of county, right?
All right. So is there a setting on the cases for out of county?
They're not even filed yet. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get the, generally they said it takes 8 months to a year for them to file it. So I'm trying to get them to file them ahead of time, or just file them now.
All right, what I can tell you is we're not going to be here 8 months to a year.
No. Like I said, so we've started the process by getting because generally they don't get the police reports apparently for months after the arrest. We've got the police reports. I've sent them to the county court there, or the county prosecutor there, and I'm waiting for his response as far as timeline.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on Mr. Davila, recall this in 2 weeks. All right, we're going to come back on October 14th.
And I can send it for earlier if I get everything.
Yes. Mike Onofre. All right, Mr. Onofre, come forward, please. What is happening with this case?
The state has offered they offer, and my client this time is rejecting.
All right, have you received all the discovery in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson and Mike Onofre, can I have a 30-day reset for plea deadline date, please? All right, we're going to come back on October 28th. Mr. Onofre, I don't like for people to receive a plea offer on the same day and make a decision on the same day. So we're going to come back on October 28th. Do you understand?
Sure.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
May I be excused?
Yes. And deputies, Mr. Onofre can go back.
Davila? Davila?
All right, who is here on Julian Martinez? Yes, where is Mr. Martinez?
The box, got a preliminary issue.
Yes.
So I've got the tap, we're here for PSI. I've got the tap and the PSI. The tap indicates that he's been evaluated for DDRF, but he's got a Takumi evaluation now set for the 18th of October. I don't know if you want to proceed without that. I don't know if you can wait for that. I don't see what your options are. I don't. It is an opposed offer, Judge, and so I don't know how much your options you want to know before we go into this.
Okay.
According to the PSI, he was diagnosed as being schizophrenic at the jail.
Okay. All right. Have you spoken to the state? Who's the prosecutor on this?
Either Marcus or.
Oh,
Ryan, I work
Julian
with both of them.
Martinez. On Martinez? If you can mute us, please. You can show video. All right, Julian Martinez. If you can come forward, please. All right, Mr. Martinez, we're going to call you back on October 31st. There's another step or process to an evaluation that hasn't given me the full picture of you. So they're telling me that that should be done by the 18th, but of course, when they say it's done by the 18th, then someone has to type up that report. So we're going to be back on the 31st, and at that time, I'll make my decision on your application, okay? All right, do you have any questions about anything? All right, we'll see you on the 31st then.
Thank you.
All right, who's here on Sergio Martinez?
Fine, Your Honor,
All right. And where is Sergio Martinez?
in the box, in custody.
All right, Mr. Martinez, come forward. All right, so we're supposed to be here today for disposition. According to the court's notes, it says recall September 26th for disposition. So what's going to?
We're trying to get that done and run a short on prosecutor. I'm waiting patiently. for
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. We'll make that happen. It's always good to see you. How's your wife doing?
Real good, thank you, Judge.
Okay, that's awesome.
Right now, Mr. Martinez wants to get on the bus before it pulls out of the station.
Okay, all right. Thank you. And tell your brother I said hi.
I sure will, thank you.
All right. Daniel Gonzalez. Yes, they're coming back. They're doing paperwork.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Let me find your fine on the sheet. All right, what is happening with this case?
Judge, I put a note in there that we approved, in our system that we approved PTD, but we just made that offer today. I believe they're inclined to accept it, but we'd ask for a short reset so they can apply for PTD if that's what they're going to do.
That's all we're gonna ask for, Judge.
Are you all accepting the PTD?
Yes, Judge.
All right, so Norma, on Daniel Gonzalez, it's PTD?
Yes. It's only because my schedule is starting to get a little cranky with me getting out of county as early as this Friday, Judge.
Okay.
I think we'll have everything turned in today. That way Friday.
No, I'm expecting you all between now and the date I give you to have everything turned in.
Oh, yeah.
So we're not going to be back 30 days from now and.
Oh, sorry, Judge. I have another client where you have them 30 days even though they're on PTD. So I can just make sure.
PTD. Yes. So between now and then, that needs to be filed.
Yeah.
And I know you will have it filed. All right, November 4th.
Thank you, Judge. Excuse.
Yes, you need a reset form.
Oh, of course.
All right, and counsel, if you could have those documents signed no later than Wednesday.
It'll be done today. Judge.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I think it was done. I think so, the paperwork. Oh, there we go. Mark.
All right, who is here on Maxwell Jordan? Maxwell Jordan. All right, Mr. Jordan, shorts are not allowed in court.
I apologize for it.
Okay, all right, let's work on getting some pants. I always tell everyone, you don't have to, I'm not expecting people to come in tuxes or anything, but long pants are okay, khakis are okay. Blue jeans without the, cuts and rips, that's stylish these days. Not those, but just long pants, okay? All right, so where are we on this case?
The judge, if you'll recall, this was the case that got ETR that got overturned. CCA just handed down the mandate last week. So now we're back before you. So he's now to the point where he has a pending motion to adjudicate on his aggravated assault. I've been speaking with Mr. Drummer about the possibility, since Mr. Jordan has banked quite a bit of time now of perhaps resolving it that way, but I need to get him a firm calculation on the number of days in both Bear County and TDC that he has to make sure he satisfies that minimum of 5 years. And then that might be a resolution if the state is amenable. So I'm asking the court if we could bring this back in just a few days. We don't need very long at all.
Okay. All right. Norma, can we recall the Jordan case? Are we able to do this sometime later this week,
That'd be fine with me. Thursday would be best.
Thursday? All right, so we'll be back on the 29th.
You good with that? Thank you, Jerry.
All right, you're welcome. And counsel, make sure that your client is on time. Mr. Jordan, you need a reset form. And he needs to be on time next time.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you.
So it passed.
Yes. Brenda, I don't think I'm asking for too much. Am I asking for too much out of life? Yes.
People should be on time without having to be scolded or whatever. They should.
Well, thank you, Joe.
No, Joanne DeHoya, she used to be here 5 minutes late in the jury box. You weren't out there to do. She wouldn't give you a break. I'll be up to the jury now.
Hey. All right, who's here on Carl Brantley? Carl Brantley? All right, come forward.
Judge, should I tell you April Keeler to find for PPV or just give it to you?
Yeah.
Okay, you want me to do this here? Go back to the-
All right, the court is calling 2022 CR 8926, State of Texas versus Carl Brantley. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Brian Grimmer for the state.
for the defense?
Wendy McClellan for the defense.
And are you Mr. Brantley?
Yes, Sean.
Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client? Defense, have you received all the
Yes,
discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Brantley, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented? It appears that you are.
I think we are. It's a one-time indictment and we're proceeding on that count.
All right, Mr. Brantley, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of felon in possession of a firearm? That's a third-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Off the record, this is a new file back. They're done with that one. All right, we're back on the record. Did you understand if you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement? If for any reason the court does not follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Brantley, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea bargain agreement?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. I'm showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 2 years in the prison. There's a $1,500 fine. There are no applications. This will run concurrent with CR 160019. I'm sorry, Brenna, repeat. This is running concurrent with CR 16001190G. Did you understand that to be the plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense,
Yes, Your Honor.
state?
Yes, Judge.
Next, I'm showing you the paragraph entitled Waiver of Appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offense is charged in the indictment. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence to support the defendant's plea.
Yes, Judge. State would offer State's Exhibit number 1,
No objection.
Mr. Brantley, I'm showing you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witness statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
No, Your Honor.
All right, the court will sentence you to 2 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. There's a $1,500 fine, time and money to run concurrent. And somebody please give Mr. Piddle a cough drop or something. This is day 2 of that cough.
No, day 4.
Day 4, thank you. This is a run concurrent with CR 16001190G.
Your Honor, that is a parole revocation out of Nueces County.
Okay.
It's DWI 3rd in the possession of controlled substance found to group 1 to 4 grams.
All right, thank you. All right, is there anything else with regards to sentencing from either side?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brownlee, I'm showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
And because this is a felony conviction, you should know by now, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you need to speak to an attorney. All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we're off the record. Mr. Brantley, how old are you?
58.
All right, here's the thing. You're in the same boat I'm in. And you know what boat that is? More of our life is behind us than in front of us. So if you don't watch out and wake up, you're going to end up spending a majority of your life in custody. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, know better, do better. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, April Keeler.
Their approach, Your Honor, she's in the waiting room.
All right, have you finished the paperwork?
She's gonna apply for PTV, so I'm waiting on a reset from,
All right, Miss Ferguson. What date for Miss Keeler?
November 4th.
All right, we'll be back on November 4th. Where's Miss Keeler?
she's in the waiting room. Back there. She's in the room with me filling out paperwork.
All right.
Thank you. May we both be excused. I'm gonna take her down and get the application right now.
All right, thank you. Just turn in the paperwork.
Have a wonderful day.
All right, thank you, you too.
I think it's fall, or it's a little bit windy, a little bit cool.
Okay, yeah, it's
We're
90,
almost-
so that's always good.
But 90 rather than 100.
Oh, what page is Keeler on?
She wasn't on there.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, who's here on James Lawrence?
Judge, I'm present. I've reviewed the PSI. I called for him to come out. I think he understands this.
All right, is he still in the back?
We do have them, but waiting.
Okay, no problem. All right, everyone, just give me a moment, 5 minutes, please.
I'll put it up there. I'll put it up there for James. Oh.
What's that? Yeah. It's on the report. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
you're my best friend, Judge.
I'll come see you tomorrow and get some more.
Okay. And, Brenna, tell him he didn't touch my hand when he reached for that.
It's not COVID. It's not.
Judge, if they don't have a server, I'll just come and talk to you for about 8 hours and then I'll come and CLE.
Okay. Oh,
What
thank
about
you.
this? I want to hear all your war stories from the 187.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I'm sure I can learn something from you, no doubt.
Oh, and I know I will learn from you as well.
I try to be nice to everybody, Judge. Sometimes it's hard. I
Yeah.
try.
It makes everybody's day easier if everyone's nice.
Yeah, well, there's no need to be, very, you have to be very forgiving down here.
Yeah.
Hey, sitting your nerves.
Yes. What do I usually get the pepper. Yeah, but with mustard.
Good hugs.
No mayo. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And if they could, put cucumbers in there. Okay. Do you want on the French or the wheat? I'm trying to pretend like I'm healthy. Oh, and could they put some Italian bread on the side? Yeah. All right, thanks. Thank you for dating that. I know you did it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I should probably. Don't tell my mom. Oh, do they have like barbecue?
There's a lot of separate.
Okay, you're an enabler. All right, so when I gain a couple of inches, we're gonna tell mom it was your fault. Okay, yes, that would be good. Let me do a spray. All right, thank you. You're welcome. All right. Are we back here on Sergio Martinez for a reason? Oh, no, I did. They said they're gonna work, they're working on paperwork.
Judge, I think it's nearly done.
Okay, awesome.
I'm right here.
Oh, that's okay. All right, and who's here on Anthony Villarreal?
Right here, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Villarreal, if you can come up. All right, Mr. Villarreal, what is happening with his cases?
So, Your Honor, Roland Garcia was on this case previously. Roland took a job with the Federal Public Defender's Office. I got put on about 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
I am still neck deep in discovery. Also, there's an investigator that Roland had appointed, and I'm working with them to get whatever information they have. So it's our first setting, and we're still just very early in on it. Normally, this would be a stuff that we do in pre-indictment, but it's, yeah.
No, I understand. All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset? And we're just going to do a 30-day reset for discovery, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. It's on Villarreal.
I'll be visiting you, man. We'll be talking. Take care.
All
Thank
right,
you,
we're
Your
going
Honor.
to come back on November 4th.
November 4th. Good deal.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Put Nina Delgado in the queue.
Who's here on Eric DeLumbo? All right, you may approach. Who is DeLumbo? All right, come forward, Mr. DeLumbo. Hello. Okay, counsel, have you had a chance to confer with your client?
Yes, Your Honor, I conferred with him, and I conferred with the state. And they have, this is first appearance. They have made him an offer with Mr. Delumba has turned down. So I guess we'll have to set this for trial.
All right, so do you have all the discovery, Mr. Alaman?
At least, yes, I have most of it.
All right. So Ms. Ferguson on DeLumbo, if I can have a 30-day reset for plea deadline.
November 4th.
All right. All right, Mr. DeLumbo, I don't like for anyone to make a decision really on a plea offer when it's just given the same day. So we're going to come back on November 4th. That's going to be your plea deadline date. After that date, you need to on that date, you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting or rejecting the offer. Do you understand? And after that date, the court will not consider any plea bargain agreements without good cause. Do you understand? All right, we'll see you then. Thank you, Mr. Alaman.
Judge, I just wanted to let you know that Mr. Abaye is present now whenever you're ready.
Okay, awesome. Let's have him come up. Did you confer with the state?
I didn't.
All right, do you want to speak to the state very quickly? All right, who's here on Corwin Campbell? All right, so where are we on Mr. Campbell?
Well, this was a reset from our discovery motions.
Yes.
Last week of August. And, trying to confer with Mr. Sanders. I know he's been busy this morning. I filed the pretrial motions and I filed a second discovery request motion.
So
last
what
week.
discovery do you not have?
Well, there's several things on the motion. I don't have one. Trying to determine from Mr. Sanders what he will agree to, so we don't waste. the time.
Okay, then have you guys had a chance to confer over what you will agree to?
Well, yes, to some extent, but I don't know if he's finished yet.
Okay, well, just give us a moment. We'll call you back up.
And it's also on Jesus Alejandro. It's on your docket.
Okay.
Today was our deadline for a plea.
All right, just have the clerks pull the file and we'll take that up.
It's actually an impact judge.
Oh.
Impact court send the inmate back. Mr. Bobby is asking if they can come back on Friday.
All right. And what? Let me see. I'm sorry, what's your client's name?
Jesus Alejandro.
Okay, Mr. Alejandro?
He was sent back to the jail.
Here's an inmate that was sent to impact and impacts court sent him back already when we started a trial downstairs. with our-
So they want him back on Friday?
And no, he's asking if we can bring him back on Friday to talk to him about his plea. Because I think he's gonna end up working with him on Friday.
All right, is that what's gonna happen on Friday?
I hope, yes.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ferguson, let's recall him for Friday then. All right, and then Abe?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak with the?
I did.
All right, Mr. Abe, come forward. All right, state and we're not on the record yet. State, the defense was telling me that there was, I guess, some confusion with Mr. Abe because there was a different attorney on this. Do you have any objections to the court recalling the judge's warrant and having him get in touch with pretrial services today?
No, Judge, I just asked that it looks like based on the violation report, they reached out to him through text message, phone call, and even the personal contact. I just asked that we ensure with pretrial services that he's given correct phone numbers so that if this issue arises again, there's not going to be an excuse of him reporting.
Oh, we're gonna take that up right now. Norma, could you have that pretrial services Zoom back in?
Yes, I just, they're asking.
And you're gonna contact pretrial services today. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you do not contact them today,
Yes, ma'am.
there's gonna be another hearing. And you know how that hearing is gonna take place and what everyone will be wearing? I'm gonna be wearing not my robe because this courtroom is always super hot. Your attorney will appear in appropriate attire as today. The state will be in appropriate attire as today. And you will be appearing in an orange outfit or red or whatever color they categorize you as. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you do not want to be brought over in one of those uniforms, then you had better make sure you call pretrial services. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
She'll be zooming in and just giving.
All right, so your officer is going to zoom in just a moment. Defense, I need you to give me his number so I can send it to pretrial services in a chat. And every number, every relative that they can contact, but most importantly you, because you're an adult court, because you're listed as an adult.
Yes, ma'am.
And so,
The number that I've had.
you just want to write it down,
Sure,
because then everyone will know what his number is.
no problem.
Here you are. Here's a Post-it note.
I don't know how
And-
popular he is anyway.
Yeah. But confer with him to make sure that he's given you the correct number. All right, could I have a B page or are you okay with me just writing on here? Okay. Thank you. And do not leave the courtroom until they come online, and they should be online shortly. So what are the Steelers doing?
Not anything good, really.
Neither are the Saints.
Oh, yeah, that's right. the Panthers. right?
but LSU seems to be, I don't want to
That's
jinx
the
us,
Longhorns, so it's-
but if you could, and I'm asking everyone to do this, if they could just provide Cornelius Cox with a shoulder to cry on, because he had been having dreams of Florida winning the national championship, and it seems like they on a side street right now.
2-2 this year so far.
Yes, so they're on a side street. All right, so here is, this is the pretrial services officer. Ms. Brown? Morgan Brown?
yeah, you're good.
Hi, Your Honor. Yes, I
Hello.
came in.
Thank you so much. Mr. Abay is here. He's going to contact you today. And I'm putting into the chat his contact number. And if you could give me a contact number where he can reach you, that would be greatly appreciated.
Yes. Let me know when you're ready.
Oh, if you want to just put it in the chat box, or do you want the world to have your number?
Let me see. Oh, I see your chat. I'm sorry.
All right, thank you. And he is to contact you today. If he doesn't, let the court know and file a violation report.
Okay, will do.
All right. And counsel, I'm going to write down the number. All right, thank you so much, Officer Brown.
Okay, can I get his first name?
First name?
George.
George.
Okay.
And the last name is Abaye.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for zooming in. I appreciate you guys.
Not a problem. Have a good day, Judge.
All right, you too. Bye-bye. All right,
Thank you, Judge.
you're
Appreciate it.
welcome.
Thanks a lot.
Well, before he leaves, make sure it's in the system.
Okay.
Oh, it's already there.
Oh,
See, she is excellent. Bam, it's done.
I'm actually going to Pittsburgh this weekend, so I'm wearing a mask, so I don't get sick.
Oh, are you going to Pittsburgh to cheer on the Steelers or?
Taking my son, yeah, they play the Jets.
Ah,
That's a winnable game, I thought. But then,
and if it's not, have you just jinxed them?
no, they almost always win when I go. but there is a
Okay.
chance- Yeah, my personal record is pretty good.
Well, you need to let them know so they can pay for you to be there all the time.
That's true.
All right, who's here? Nina Delgado. Nina Delgado,
What up?
what is happening with this case?
Just we've received an offer, and Ms. Delgado would like some time to talk about it over with her family, and we're asking for a plea deadline. please.
All right, Miss Delgado, how old are you?
I'm 35, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to tell you what I tell everyone who appears before me. You know what parents would appreciate if children are invited to a party and children go to that party and then they call their parents because maybe it's been raided by the police and everybody gets arrested. When you ask for permission to go for that party, parents would prefer if you were to tell them, hey, I've been invited to this party. It's not going to be supervised by adults. There are going to be drugs there. Am I allowed to go? So before everything happens, they would like for you to seek their advice beforehand. But I'm going to give you some time to talk to whomever you need to talk to. Ms. Ferguson, can we recall this in 2 weeks for a plea deadline date, please?
I think October 14th.
All right, we'll see you back on October 14th. And that will be your plea deadline date. What that means is that the court will not consider any offers past that date without good cause. Do you understand?
Judge, I'm gonna be in Atlanta on that date.
What are you doing in Atlanta?
I'm going to a football game and go see Blues Traveler.
All right, what, I know Blues Traveler, but what game are you going to?
It's Georgia versus Vanderbilt homecoming.
Oh, well, who's going to win?
Georgia's gonna crush them. So.
Okay, see, you putting that out in the universe. Cornelius was having beautiful dreams. He couldn't sleep because Florida's going to win a championship. Now look where we are. I'm not, it's still a chance.
Their coach was at college at the same time I was there. So.
Oh, wow. All right, so when are you leaving for Atlanta?
That Friday.
All right, so Ms. Fergus, can we do that before then?
Who did that Monday?
The 10th,
The 17th?
the 17th? Okay. So really, you're starting your celebrations early.
Well, leave it on Friday, yeah. Well, it's, yeah.
All right, we'll be back on the 17th. Either you're going to be crying or either you're going to be happy. We shall find out.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. You're welcome. And don't cough on the plane.
Well, I'm actually not. I will not come.
All right, who's here on James Lawrence?
I hear John. You need us to approach Judge?
Yes, State, are you ready? Have you read everything?
I think I've read through everything, Judge.
All right, Defense, have you read the PSI report?
We've gone over it. He's still reviewing the statistics on there to make sure it's.
All right, well, I'll let him review that and I'll call you back, guys up. I want him to be able to review whatever he needs to review before we go forward. All right, so
I hold him to check all the, birthdays and dates of graduation.
all right, when he's ready, just ask the state to give me, ask the clerk to give me the file, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Then. Are we okay to take one, please? The paperwork's done.
Yeah, the paperwork's done.
Yes, the
That was the
paperwork is
alarm
done.
for the paperwork.
Ah, that's the alarm for the paperwork. Thank you. All right, who's here on Alejandro Garcia?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court is calling 2022 CR 4999, State of Texas versus Alejandro Garcia. Could I have parties approach and announce for the record for the state,
Catherine Pollard for the state.
for the
Nathan Slimane
defense?
For Mr. Garcia.
And are you Mr. Garcia?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, I'm showing you the discovery acknowledgement. Have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Garcia, I'm showing you what's entitled application for community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
I understand it, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Here, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Judge, we're waiving the repeater enhancement.
Any objection?
No objections.
Mr. Garcia, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
I understand and I signed it, Your Honor.
All right, what the state is charging you with in the indictment is assault family second offense. That's a third-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
I understand, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea bargain agreement. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea bargain agreement and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
I understand, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Did
Your
you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him? Do
Yes, Your Honor.
you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Garcia, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea bargain agreement? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, citizen, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
I understand it. Reviewed it, Your Honor.
According to the plea bargain agreement, punishments be assessed at 7 years in the prison. There's a $1,500 fine. State recommends community supervision. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. Did you understand with an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition?
I understand, Your Honor.
Did you understand with the affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to be designated as primary custodial parent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that to be the entirety of your plea bargain agreement? Defense, is that the plea?
It is.
State?
Yes, Judge.
Next, I'm showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am. I signed it both.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement. State is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 7 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation, 150 hours community service restitution, no contact with Maria Garcia, the BIPP course, and regular UAs. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Fully understand, ma'am.
Then to the offenses charged in the indictment, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest, Your Honor.
State any evidence.
Yes, Judge. The state would offer what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1.
Okay.
Showing you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, after reviewing State's Exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. However, the court will defer. Oh, you didn't apply for deferred adjudication. All right, the court is finding you guilty. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
We'd like to proceed with sentencing today, Your Honor.
All right, anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
No, Your Honor, other than respectfully would request that the court probation, I think would be appropriate.
All right, Mr. Garcia, how old are you?
I'm 29, ma'am.
All right, why are you telling someone to hit their grandparent?
No, ma'am.
No, I'm reading in the police report and what it says, while on patrol, I was dispatched to the above location for an assault in progress. Upon arrival, I contacted the victim. The victim only speaks Spanish. Officer Villafranco translated. Victim stated that police had been at the location earlier due to a mental health disturbance caused by you. You left the location, then came back to the location after you saw that the police had left. The victim stated that you told a witness to make sure she hits the victim. Victim stated she was upset that you would tell the witness to hit her grandparent and told you to not tell the witness to hit her grandparent. Victim stated that you then became enraged and punched the victim on the right side of her face with a closed fist. Victim stated that you then fled the location when you noticed that the witness was calling the police and the victim had swelling underneath her eye. So why are you doing this nonsense? And it's violent. Why are you doing this?
I'll let Mr. Garcia, of course, answer for himself, but I believe in the context of my review of all the discovery, this was telling his children to stand up for themselves, I think I even remember the victim in this case stating that she had struck Mr. Garcia first. But this was within the context of telling his children that they need to stand up for themselves and protect themselves.
So here's the thing, why the grandchildren with the grandparent? Why are they not with you? Or with their mom?
I mean, just the self-defense.
No, that's not my question. My question is, do you have children?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so in this police report, these are your children?
No.
Why are your children not living with you or living with their mother?
The mother just got released from from prison.
Okay, and why they're not with you?
We all live together in one home.
How old are you?
I'm 29 now.
Why are you living with your parents?
Because I'm bettering myself with the Texas Workforce Solutions program.
No. Here's the thing. You are an adult. You're a grown man. At what point must your parents stop supporting you financially?
No.
And see, here's the thing. When you live at home with your parents and they're providing a roof over your head, you don't get to make decisions because that's not your house. You're not providing financial support of your children because they're living with your parents. You're not providing shelter for children because they're living with your parents. Too often, people want to be fruitful and multiply, but they don't want to take care of what they produce. You understand? So you have no right to tell any child to be hitting a grandparent. If you don't like the rules at the house, you know what you do? You leave, you get your own place. And I'm not going to allow you to move back to that place. You understand?
Okay, no.
So was Child Protective Services involved with you at all as it relates to your children?
No, ma'am. And the priors, but I completed all my courses and certificates.
There's a reason your children are staying with the grandparents and not you. So why was Child Protective Services involved in your life?
It was from back when we were younger. We were both, the mom and I, we both got incarcerated. So
for what?
For drugs. So therefore,
see, you're using drugs. You're having children. I don't know if your children were born positive with drugs, but usually that's how CPS gets involved because a child is born positive, right? Was that the case with you?
No.
All right. So you're not being an adult to your children, and that's going to change. I'm not allowing you to live with your mother. You get your own place.
No.
So where are you going to be living once you're released from custody?
I'm going to my brother's.
Does your brother want you there?
No.
Have you asked him if you could stay there?
I spoke to him.
I have met Mr. Garcia's brother, has spoken with him, and he is supportive of you.
All right. Then, as previously stated, the court is finding you guilty. The court will sentence you to 7 years in the prison, suspended and probated for 7 years. There's a $1,500 fine, probated. There's an affirmative finding of family violence. There's to be no contact with Maria Garcia. There's to be no unsupervised contact with minors. There is 150 hours of community service restitution. 40 of those hours will be waived if you provide proof of the COVID vaccination. Court is not requiring you to get the COVID vaccination, but if you do, 40 of those hours will be waived. Parenting classes with compadre y compadre. The remaining of those hours will be waived once you complete parenting classes. The BIPP course. There's to be random UAs. Well, let's do the UA hotline. There's going to be field visits 1 time per month. Proof of employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. And we'll do a TAP evaluation. And if the TAP evaluation recommends inpatient treatment, we'll start with intensive outpatient treatment and sober meetings.
And Your Honor, just for clarification, Mr. Garcia by trade is a barber.
Mhm.
I believe he has employment already waiting for him on his release. With regard to no employment involving minors, that might potentially take him away from his trade.
Well, when I say no employment involving minors, I mean, of course, if you have a business that's not a daycare and children are coming in because he's doing a haircut, that's fine.
I assume that that was the intent of the court. I just wanted to clarify in case there's any questions from probation or Ms. Garcia.
All right. And probation, is there anything else he needs?
is it okay for regular virtual or in-person reporting?
Yes. And is there anything else you need from the court, Mr. Garcia?
Their probation.
All right, anything else you need? Showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor, I appreciate your time.
All right, because this is plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
And because this is a felony conviction, and also because there's an affirmative finding of family violence, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you. We can go off the record. Here's the thing. I don't know anything about your relationship with your mother. I don't know if she's like Sybil from the movie. I don't know if she's the best parent ever, but what I do know is you only get one mom. And by your age, your mom has more of her life behind her than in front of her. You should be trying to make her life as easy as possible because she's raising your children, not you. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. All right, who's on Rudy Gonzalez? All right, what is Rudy Gonzalez? All right, what is happening with this case?
Judge, I got appointed last week.
Okay.
And we received an offer, just like some time to set up a meeting with the client to go over the discovery and decide what we're gonna do.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset? Just a regular reset, please. All right, we're gonna come back on October 28th.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
With the excuse.
Yes.
Let's have the sugar to the month.
All right, and who is here on Botello?
That's me, Judge. Officer Brown with pretrial.
Okay. All right, there is an issue on this case. Ms. Botello is saying that she provided documentation that Tammy Botello is the person who has this vehicle and that this vehicle is inoperable. Is that correct?
Yes, so we had submitted an affidavit, and you had ordered to modify her conditions to the in-home device. And most recently, Friday, she did send me an email. I was out of the office, so I'm still catching up regarding the device and a medical issue with blowing into the device with her lungs. I hadn't had a chance to reply, and I just figured I'd wait since we were in a Zoom hearing on what the resolution would be.
All right, so what do you recommend?
So there's two things. I've never been in this situation, but per my supervisor, we can request, we have to get documentation of the medical condition. Once we have it, we can request through the vendor to lower the blow levels required to test, or we can remove the in-home condition and order scram. The
All
only
right.
difference is the price.
All right, so, yes.
I discussed scram with Ms. Patello, and typically the cost of scram is going to be more than she can afford. So if we can lower the breath length requirements, I think that would be the better option, Judge.
Okay. All right, so we'll do in-home breathalyzer. And we'll lower the testing level. But that will only be lowered upon proof of medical condition. So once they receive that, and they should be receiving that today, you understand? All right, will she be able to have that to them today?
She has to request it. It may take a couple days, Judge.
All right, so I'm going to give her until the 29th pretrial service.
Yes.
So she has until the 29th.
Okay.
To get medical documentation to you.
All right. Let's see here.
All right.
Can you judge, are we excused?
Yes. All right. I'm sorry, just one second. Officer Brown, do you need her to contact you today at all?
No, I'm gonna send her an email just with a reminder of sending in that documentation. And I'll send her a reminder Thursday as well.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
All right, are we ready on Mr. Lawrence? And anyone who doesn't have your paperwork in, I think this is the day where we cut things off. Court is calling 2022 CR 1102, State of Texas versus James Lee Lawrence. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Brian Groomer for the state of Texas.
for the defense?
George Sharman on behalf of Mr. Lawrence.
And are you Mr. Lawrence?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we are here for sentencing. You entered a plea on August 31st. You entered a plea of guilty. You applied for probation. According to the plea bargain agreement, punishments be assessed at a cap of 7 years. There are no applications for deferred. State opposes community supervision, and there are other cases that are being taken in consideration. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report? State,
Yes, Judge.
defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, are there any witnesses, state,
None from the state, Judge.
defense?
Just my client.
All right, any objections to the PSI report, state,
None
Well,
from, none from the state.
defense?
Not really, Judge, but my client does have one comment about it when it talks about employment.
Okay. All right, you want to call your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, if you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand if you state your name for the record.
James Lee Lawrence.
All right, defense?
Mr. Lawrence, first of all, are you asking the judge to give you probation?
Yes, sir.
And have you talked to the people over at the drug court?
I did meet with representative from the drug court. I was not knowing what to expect, but I was very impressed, really excited about the opportunity.
Is that if the judge grants you probation, is that a program that you think you could get behind, that you could do and be successful with?
Without doubt.
The problem that you had was, as part of work goes, that you had a business of your own.
I have owned my own company for 20 years.
And what was that? Or what is it?
We're outdoor living and pool construction company.
What happened with that business now?
Right now, my 24-year-old son, which has been my project manager, is having to step in and facilitate operations, sales, and all the back end work in addition to managing construction. Pretty difficult.
If the judge chooses to give you probation, is that the line of work that you would like to continue with?
Yes, it's family legacy. is what I plan.
And that's for your son?
Yes.
Would you tell the judge, you have some things to tell the judge yourself?
Yes, if I may, Judge.
Mhm.
Just for.
Yes.
I'm a little nervous. So I'll let you know.
Okay.
I wanted to request that the court agree to the sentencing of a drug court, probation, and outpatient in the rehab program.
Okay, let me stop you right there.
Yes, ma'am.
So here's the thing. I'm looking at your history. I know that the state has selected your punishment be at a cap of 7 years, and I know that the state is opposed. So I'm telling you, based upon your criminal history with alcohol and everything else that's going on in your life, if I were to give you probation, you are either going to be in felony drug court or either you're going into inpatient treatment. So there's not going to be outpatient treatment from this court. So we need to take that off the table and that request off the table because that's not going to happen. Okay. All right.
Well, because just in retrospect to exactly what you said, my criminal history is, in my opinion, a two-phase history. If you look at my history,
I am. It's a lot of DWIs. That's why we're here. You won't stop drinking and driving.
Exactly. DWIs is all that it has been, with the exception of a prostitution and driving while license suspended, I believe, and like that. And I would present to you that, you know, in those 3 DWIs in 1991, I was 21 years old. I had no, I felt like an entitled person. I was playing football in college and didn't respect authority, and I felt entitled. And when I got in trouble, I still felt like I was in this until I started having children. I started having children in 94. And I realized that I needed to become a man and support my family, but take care of my children. And I did that. I raised 4 wonderful children. My oldest has a master's degree. My second child has a bachelor's degree. My third child is working on his bachelor's. And then my son has a graduated from construction career and manages.
Okay, and sometimes that happens in spite of, not because of, you understand?
Well, my point was that I was getting to the second phase is during that 30-year time period, I never was in court at all, never got arrested, never got DWI. As a matter of fact, I didn't drink for 15 years. I was really devoted to the church, actually. The last 5 years have been tough. That's where the change has come.
How's it been tough for you?
I got divorced in 2021. The divorce finalized in August of 2021. It was tough for me. We were together for 29 years, and I still have not healed from it. It's mentally, I don't know how to answer the demons that I feel. And it's not necessarily demons, but on a daily basis, I'm waking up with anxiety and just things going on in my head that I can't answer. And I've tried to figure out what I can do to release. I felt like I was in prison in my own body. And so the day of that arrest, I remember specifically waking up that morning. My phone line started ringing from my business, and I got really anxious. I called my assistant and I said, look, I can't work today. I don't feel right, something's wrong. And I've been having these anxiety attacks for probably the last 6 months. My wife had remarried a month after the divorce was finalized. And so that day, I had one of my subcontractors call me and say he needed me to come on job site, and I had planned on not working because I was feeling really bad. And when I made the decision to go out and visit with him, the stress from what he had presented was tough, and I drank. DWI.
Okay.
Third offense. I acknowledge that I've had a problem with drinking and other addictions, and I need help. Prison is not a help for me. I will complete prison if that's what you sentence me to. But I do need some type of rehab help. And the reason I've asked for outpatient is because I really do need to help run the business. Otherwise, we won't have that to continue on. That's why I'm asking. And then lastly, to be honest with you, Judge, whatever you sentence, I'll be back here. I won't be back in a Warrant uniform. I'll be back as a testimony.
All right, thank you very much. State, any questions?
Briefly, Judge, Mr. Lawrence, the judge does have this, but back in 2017, you were put on probation for DWI third, correct?
Correct.
And in 2018, you picked up a new case while on probation for DWI third or more. Is that correct? A prostitution case?
It was, yes.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure if that was the final judgment. There was a no contest plea.
All right. But you were convicted and sentenced to jail for 30 days on what I have as a prostitution case. And that was while you were on probation for DWI third or more, correct?
Sure.
And you finished your probation in March of 2021 on that case, correct?
I finished it with flying colors, no bad tests. I completed all my classes, I paid all my fines, never was late for reporting. Yes, I did complete. And then a month later or so, somewhere within that time frame, again, around the same time frame, my issue with my ex-wife, I received another DWI. That's where you're going.
I am. And with flying colors, you did pick up a new case. So you didn't pass it with flying colors. I mean, you committed new crimes while you were on for that first DWI third, right?
I don't, you have to.
The
restate
prostitution
everything.
case.
You have to restate everything because I'm not following.
Okay. You said you passed your DWI third or more with flying colors. You picked up a new prostitution case while you were on that probation. So it wasn't with flying colors. You picked up a crime, correct?
I did pick up a crime.
Okay. And like you said, later in 2021, you picked up a new DWI third, and that's the case you're pleading to today, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the case where here you crashed into the back of a car. You were twice the legal limit, correct?
I don't know what the blood alcohol was, but I do remember what happened. I bumped the back of a car, no nicks, no scratches. The gentleman was very young. We spoke about it.
All right, let's not minimize this.
I'm not. And then I told him, I said, look, if you're feeling bad, let's just go ahead and file a police report. And I saw police officers at the, I believe it was Denny's. And I said, let's just drive over there. And I contacted them personally. I did.
Okay, but you knew at that time, you'd already just came off probation for DWI third or more. You knew
I wasn't considering that.
Okay, so you weren't
I was
considering,
considering that young man.
all right, but you were
And I was
drinking
trying to
while
be
driving,
honest.
correct? That's
All
the
right,
case
so
you're
it
pleading
has
to.
to be one at a time, okay?
I just feel like he was attacked.
Actually, I'm not attacking you. You're trying to tell the judge that you're a good candidate for probation, and I want to just make sure we have everything in context. So you know you're not supposed to be driving while drinking, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, you were arrested for this offense, and you were released on bond, correct?
Yes.
And this could have been an opportunity for you to show the judge that you would be a good candidate
That
for
is correct.
probation, correct?
That is correct.
And were your conditions while you were released on bond not to drink alcohol?
Yes.
And were they not to drive any vehicle that was not equipped with a alcohol monitoring device, correct?
Yes.
And
I think-
isn't it true that on July 28th of this year, you were arrested again for driving while intoxicated in another vehicle, a BMW vehicle that we didn't know about?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that you didn't follow the conditions of your pretrial release, even on the case that we're pleading to right now?
It's fair to say that I was driving. I haven't been convicted of that, but I was driving the vehicle and.
Yeah. Well, it's being taken into consideration in this plea.
Oh, okay.
So are you admitting that you did drive intoxicated again on July 28th of 2022?
Am I admitting that I drove intoxicated?
Correct. I think part of this is the judge wants to
I'm
see
admitting
what
that
you're
I-
accepting
yes,
responsibility
I
for.
did drink. Yes.
You would agree that that shows the judge that she gave you conditions as a matter of this bond and you did not fulfill those conditions,
I
correct?
did not feel it.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
No further questions.
All right, so, Mr. Lauren,
Yes, sir.
what I'm going to tell you is I was thinking long and hard about giving you probation because I realize that you do need the help.
I did.
But my issue is that you're on bond and there are conditions for bond. And at any time, and I think everybody knows, anybody who comes in here, if they need help with drug problem, alcohol problem, if there's something with pretrial services that can help them with their issues, I like to get them their issues because my goal is I don't want to see people back here before, again, picking up new cases. I'm hoping that everybody is going to be successful.
I understand.
So I am not going to grant your application. So now we need to speak towards the cap. And the cap is for 7 years. State, what are you requesting?
Judge, we're requesting the cap. He was facing 2 to 10 years on this case, as well as a new DWI case, which, like you said, he picked up while he was on bond for this particular case. We believe that 7 is appropriate. He just recently came off of felony probation for the exact same offense. I think at this point, he's demonstrated himself to be a danger to others because he keeps letting his addiction let him get behind the wheel of a car and place others at risk. We would ask for 7 years.
All right, defense.
Judge, I would ask that you would consider putting him into a safety program for 6 months, 9 months, whatever it is, and leave this open for probation after a successful completion of that. And that way,
He can't go to safety if he's not on probation.
that's what I'm saying. And I'm asking you to do that rather than just to send him to prison, to send him to Safe P, which is, to some extent, it's a concrete building with a lot of other.
Oh, I know safety is at the prison. I've
And,
had clients who've been.
And
who've
it
gone
would
there.
be sort of like a shock probation situation.
All right. Mr. Lawrence, as previously stated, I'm finding you guilty. I'm going to sentence you to 7 years in the prison. Taking consideration grand jury number 77261, night mag number 672122. Give you credit for any time served. I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes.
All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
I do.
And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right, good luck to you, Mr. Lawrence. Thank you. All right, Carwin Campbell. And then, oh, we're cutting it off. So anyone who doesn't have your paperwork turned in, you're being recalled. I know you've been waiting on your paperwork, Mr. All right, just give us a moment, Mr. Sawyer. Yes, okay, what is happening with Mr. Campbell?
I just want to know from the state what they can agree to regarding the pretrial motions and the second discovery motion of this.
Okay. And Brenda, we're off the record.
Okay.
You can take your break.
Okay.
All right. So, here you go. Is there anything that y'all can agree on?
Yes, there is.
All right, is there anything that you're not agreeing on?
Yeah.
Yes, there is.
All right, so what we're gonna do is, because as everybody can see, it's 1:20. So we're gonna recall this, and what you can agree on, if you will make sure that the defense counsel has that discovery, and we'll come back and have, I'll hear your argument over what he's not giving you that you feel that you're entitled to,
And
okay?
it doesn't have to be actually given it to me.
Mhm.
I could just go to their office and see it. I'm not necessarily
Okay.
asking for documents. I want to
Okay.
make it clear.
So what is a good date for you to come back?
Friday.
Friday?
I'll be here anyway.
Okay, so we're gonna come back on Friday, and Mr. Campbell, you can appear in person, or either you can appear by Zoom, because I know that you came down today.
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
All right, thank you.
so it's just discovery. All right, so we'll see you back on the 30th. All right, hi, Mr. Sawyer, what's going on?
Well, on this case with Sergeant Martinez, Your Honor, we've
Mhm.
been in court last time, and the state's gonna email me some type of an offer.
Mhm.
In fact, I finally got an offer just in the last 10 minutes.
Okay,
So we need a few days to go over with my client and see what we're going to do with it.
all right, Norma, can we call Mr. Martinez back for Friday as well?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Because I may be in trial Friday. If I am, I'll let the court know.
All right.
Starting a jury trial across the hall tomorrow morning.
All right, we'll see you back on the 30th, okay?
Thank you very
All right,
much. Judge.
thank you. All right, so we will be back, Brenda, tomorrow at 9 a.m. Oh, I did.
All that bothers.
Oh.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure you knew that you weren't.
Yeah, I knew that no one's
It
sitting
would
over
not be
there.
communicated.
You know, the computer's in the way.